situation. It's his first ever here at Scotland's Strongest Man, qualified first time. He's going to come out first on his end. So we're going to show loads of love for the very young Matthew, O'Neill. Matthew, come out, wave to the crowd.
Well folks, we're just gearing up, we're about to start Scotland's Strongest Man 2019. MC Andy Kearney about to start introducing things.
A lot of new faces here this year as well.
Runner up this competition before the 105s. Very experienced, but also very lazy. Hard to trains in there. Still phenomenal. Right, our next two guys will be Jamie Gorgon and Jason Hasty. Jamie is at over 40.
Need to actually see what the combine is. At 24 guys, or is it more than that?
Is it not 20?
Oh, there's a few reserves, so it's probably 20 now.
Yep. Oh, for the qualifier.
Aye, there was how many? 20?
Aye, there was 26, 27, something like that.
Scottish champion as well. Our next pairing is Ronald and Eben van Wijk.
Tell you what, as compared to, there must be nothing more annoying than you get introduced and your name wrong.
Aye, that's but when you pay bad money for a bad MC, I mean this is what happens.
With Stefan and Cherry.
Been called a lot of things in my time, but I've never been called that. Stuart Murray, after 14 years, still gets my surname wrong.
The next two athletes,
I think he does it on purpose though.
Lewis is come on to the Strongman scene and been performing. So normally Mikey just won Belfast Strongest Man a couple of weeks ago. Now we have 4 athletes left, and strangely enough, maybe not actually, the last 4 athletes made up the top 4 places last year. Our second last pairing is Zaki and John Pollock. John is the Masters Europe's Strongest Man and a former SFN champion. Zaki was last year's podium finisher and now a World's Strongest Man competitor. And I'm sure this comes as no surprise to the more experienced Strongman fan. The final pairing will be the brothers Stoltman. 6 Scotland's Strongest Man titles between them. Would you be so kind and blessing us with your presence, please? The underdog and duel tonight. So look, won the competition 5 years in a row. Last year his baby brother took the title away from him. Both these guys don't mind as well. Both these 3 gentlemen here representing Scotland, the World's Strongest Man, right? The last time we had a World's Strongest Man finalist was 2002.
So we got 3 World's Strongest Man competitors, 2 WSM finalists.
Probably got a couple of more guys that could compete maybe at a European level, and I'm not saying win it, but could probably hold their own in Scotland now. But the sport in this country has probably improved in Scotland more in the last couple of years than I would say anywhere else. And without sounding, like I'm sort of trying to fly the Scottish flag or be biased, but I really like to have 3 guys that could all potentially make the final, the World's Strongest Man competing here. Scotland really has come on leaps and bounds.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming inside out with that beautiful.
Stoltmans have got a lot to do with that, I would say, because when you've got guys that you're competing against at a national level like that, you'll push yourself. Like if a or like if Tom could get a 400 kilo deadlift, even if I could pull a 370 or a 380 to get close to him, there wasn't anybody pulling 370 or 380 10 years ago in Scotland. It was just unheard of. So that's a lot to do as well, though, I feel like, with the internet and that, and there's a wee bit more knowledge about training and recovery and nutrition and that, you know, a lot of that knowledge, the top guys are kind enough to share that, you know, like, so knowledge is definitely power, and educating yourself and, you know, getting stronger is quite scientific. A lot of, you know, building muscle, you just lift weights and eat protein and the muscle comes. Like, I'm not saying it's quite as easy as that, but strength, because it's quite hormonal based, it's quite difficult to build strength sometimes. So they've definitely a massive improvement in Scotland in the time that, you know, I've been here as well, and I'm sure Stuart will agree with that as well. These kind of shows help promote that level as well, like the bigger shows will draw the bigger crowds and more sponsors and stuff like that. So we've got our first guy, it's his very first Scotland Strongest Man, still a junior, and he's got to go himself because there's somebody's pulled out. So Matthew up first. So it's a 100 kilo block. I think it's 100 kilos. Easy. So he's got the block, so we're on to the Apollon's axle, which weighs about 130 kilograms, so that's just shy of 300 pounds in Andy Kearney's money. It's hard to clean that because the wheels don't rotate the bar. It's not like a normal bar, it's a lot thicker. It's like in a fixed position. And then finally we're on to the 140 kilo log, which he has to do for 2 reps, I believe, and he has to return it to the floor and clean the second rep as well. So if I've counted this up right, if you press all 4 implements, that's a total of 510 kilos above your head in this medley. 100, 130, 140 times 2. So the guys are lifting just over half a ton overhead.
He's wearing one of the new belts. Have a look. See
yeah, so you've got the new Cerberus belt, number 3. The proof's in the pudding there, as they say.
Very good. Eddie Hall on site today, it looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a round of applause for the living legend that is Eddie the Beast Hall? Yes. The only man in history to have pulled 500 kilograms. 500 kilograms, right? And he done it on that birthday, July the 9th.
Good thing about family members, you can just speak to them, you can be direct with them. With staff you have to have a wee bit of tact.
She'll get you back for that when the camera's on there.
Right, sorry, that's a bit fanboy. So now we have Gaal Mckinnon. Okay, so start for Gaal. And of course, again, there's just Gaal.
Alright mate, how are we going in?
Mccluckey.
So we've got Gaal Mckinnon against Lewis Mccluckey here. So I think Lewis is Glasgow, sort of Ayrshire way, and Kyle's up near sort of Aberdeen, I think. So both are off with the block.
Lewis is onto the axle.
It's a wee bit of
Difficult quick because he's in the stress position. Can't get it.
So Lewis just feeling the axle there a wee bit, but Kyle, is he going to be awarded that? He was a wee bit soft in the elbows there for the lockout.
Come on, Kyle. So far, we have Matthew Whale of 2 athletes. Neither of these athletes were successful so far.
So Kyle going for another stab at the axle. Oh, they just can't quite get those elbows locked. I think something to mention, I think maybe Kyle came in last minute as a replacement in Scotland's Strongest Man, so he's maybe not done like a full sort of prep for this. But that's fair play to the guy if he's just stepped in last minute, because it's decent weights here. A wee bit lighter in the pressing this year, but it is part of a medley, and it's, you can't just have a max log or a max axle every year. Like some years you will have things for max, some years it'll be for reps, some years it'll be medleys. That's the great thing about Strongman, is it's so versatile that it's not the same stuff. You turn up to a powerlifting comp and it's the 3 lifts, or weightlifting you've got your 2. Strongman's that diverse.
To be perfectly honest, I'm getting a wee bit tired of seeing max deadlift.
Yeah, aye.
I can understand why they do it, but
maybe not on every show.
Maybe not on every show.
It's hard to max multiple times a year.
So what we would like to see is maybe a max axle deadlift.
Yep, that has been done. The UK's they had a max axle a couple of years ago. So Jamie's just going to try the block because he's got. No, he's not. He's going to try the axle. Surprise, surprise. He's got an injury, Jamie, but he's a decent presser, Jamie. So it could be big points. Oh, he's tried a wee split jerk there. He'll lose man points for that, but he got it up. Jace trying to stick with him. Jamie's a good presser. Jamie's strong upper body. Jamie's in his 40s, suffering a wee bit with injuries at the minute, but there's big points for him. He said he was just going to try the block and walk away, but Jamie being Jamie, he's got a huge heart.
Oh, was he not awarded the log?
Yeah, he got it. But that's big points there for him. Jamie was supposed to just try the block and walk away because he's suffering a lot of injuries, but I knew when he got a wee taste of that he would go and try.
Yeah.
But Jace is onto the log as well there. See, what you need to remember as well, Callum, is a lot of these, yesterday they just went for a max deadlift, so a lot of their central nervous systems will be fried, their adrenaline will be sapped.
Yeah.
So we'll see who's done their homework and been good with their food and their sleep and a wee bit of active recovery last night.
Yeah.
So we've got Chris Beetham up next.
Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, the rules of the competition is 1 press of the ball
against Grant Training. Beefy's hit a big PB yesterday in the deadlift. I believe he pulled 340. It was like a 40-50 kilo PB for Beefy. Just trains at home in his garage as well. So again, it just goes to show it's the intensity that you put in. You don't always need all the big fancy machines.
Either these athletes take the lead away from SFN. Show some love for Chris Beetham.
Chris's wife is just due their second baby at any point as well, so she's held on there to try and make sure that Chris can compete today. So we'll have a wee baby Beefy maybe this weekend.
So yeah, Jamie Gorgon, he's now a Cerberus athlete.
Yep.
As well.
Got a few of the guys here.
Chris Beetham as well. Very nice guy, Chris Beetham.
Aye, Beefy's a nice dude. Beefy up to the gut there. Both sort of clean the axle at the same point. There we are. Both get the axle. So we're on to this 140 log.
Can either of these gentlemen press the 142 gram log?
So Grant's the first to clean it.
Grant Jenny takes it first.
Then Beefy's up there with the clean.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, Beefy. Beefy just again fails at that tricep lockout.
That was very close to point goal. Which one pressed the axle overhead first? But it was very, very close. Now we need Ronald Young and Eben and Reid.
Quite busy this year, all the photographers and things scurrying about.
Aye, they're it's all the movie stars now. They could maybe do that away for the athletes, like in my opinion. It's try to run a show.
Aye.
Not to sound like I'm being a bitch all that, but
It's quite challenging when we're trying to film it as well,
Yep.
to be honest.
listen, Ali, if you want to go and throw Eddie out the road, I'll hold your headset if you want to go and
Cheers.
tell him. Mind he's got that injured biceps. I reckon you'd take him, to be honest.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this will be our
Okay, so we've got Eben, who owns Arena Gym in Peterhead.
Eben, 1 week.
Is Eben just going on his lonesome? Oh no, we've got Ronald Young
Showing some support.
as well.
Scotland's strongest junior, Ronald Young.
Ronaldo.
So just so you know, ladies and gentlemen of SFN, at the moment the lead is Jamie Gorgon, so it's the only man to impress all 3 implements overhead. Let's see if either of these 2 athletes can successfully replicate that.
Right, so we've got Eben against Ronald, youth against experience.
Ronald versus Eben.
Jesus.
Ron gets the block up first.
Eben has also done the pop.
Ronald looks like he's quite quick here, up with that axle. Eben trying to sort of stick with him. Eben gets that axle, runs onto the log.
That's good. Oh, easy log.
He's got a strong wee pair of shoulders on him, Ronald, like. Doesn't he waste any time there. Stabilising it. Oh, that's a fast time for Ronald. Ronald suffered for a wee pec tear here a couple of years ago. Don't know if he required surgery on it, but come on, Eben.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Ronald. He's been quite injury prone over the last few years.
Ronald, yeah, for a young guy, yeah, he has. I mean, sometimes injuries are genetic. Like some people are just tighter, or dehydrate quicker than others. Sometimes it's just as you're saying, you're not getting your hydration right, or your sodium's low and things tear, and sometimes it's maybe not getting physio, getting the scar tissue worked. It could be a number of things. Sometimes you're just unlucky. Never.
He's going to make sandbag toss later on. That's just last week we got a t-shirt.
Never like to see anybody get hurt though, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Just want the event. Yeah! Who wants a t-shirt? Sorry. So, right, up now we have Ryan Reid versus Scott Mel.
So we've got sneaky Ryan Reid
As our very experienced player
versus Scott Milne. So Ryan Reid was Ryan's got to be like quite a strong favourite to get on the podium, I would say. I mean, he's fast, he's strong, he's fit. The only thing with Ryan is I'm hearing that he's got a wee injury to his hamstrings that are kind of slowing him a wee bit. So he is dangerous at this level. It's because he's so quick and athletic as well. He's fast with the load and stuff, but he's got that static strength. Big Scott Milne as well, nursing a wee injury this year, but he's looking big and strong as usual. Scott doesn't particularly love the pressing events, but he'll go 100% at this.
And it's Cumberland versus Edinburgh, and both athletes have successfully reached.
Just a wee bit wobbly with that block.
Both now on to the Axle. 132 grams.
Oh, nice wee bounce here for Mr. Reid.
Nice press.
Scott's just feeling the weight of that a wee bit. Ryan's onto the log. Scott gets the axle. Ryan gets one rep with the log. Oh, Ryan's not wasting any time. Ryan completes it. That was quite a good time.
Yes.
A wee bit shaky with the block, but so big Scott onto this log. Oh. Scott gets a rep with the log there. I actually think that might be close to Scott's PB as the 140, so yeah, to do that at the end of a medley. Has he got a second one on him? No, that's the... Oh. Come on, Scott. No, they do. Scott's got a lot of good events coming up though. He's really good at the moving stuff, the dynamic.
Well, that's strong stuff for Ryan Reid, actually.
Yep, aye. That's what I'm saying. Ryan's one of the guys. He's no like 6 foot odds and 150 kilo, but he's just always there, and he's just dangerous and everything.
Mikey!
Ryan, stop!
Mikey!
You just have to do that. One day it's already like a t-shirt to stop this man. No joke. Right, next test. No joke.
Flash with the log.
Lewis Jack and Mikey Wilson. This is our third final pairing.
So we've got Lewis Jack versus Mikey Wilson on the press. So we've got Leven and Fife versus wherever Lewis is from.
Mikey Wilson and Lewis Jack. Lewis is very inexperienced in strongman.
Lewis is very new to the strongman scene, but he's come on with a bang, so definitely going to be a big guy for the future. So hopefully Mikey can keep the momentum here and
shows off the new technical block on the back shoulders. Lewis Jack. 33 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, as the leading time by Ryan Reid.
Oh, Mike!
So far, only Ronald Jump and Ryan Reid have completed.
Oh, Mikey!
Ladies, look off.
Easy, Mikey, come on! Come on, Mikey!
Very fast performance by Mikey Wilson there. Stephen Cherry, obviously his coach, he's cheering him on. That's a quick first rep. Come on, Mikey, get the second. Oh, come on, yes! Nice.
Oh, sorry.
so
that was good.
It was a quick time for Mikey. Just a wee. You see him kind of shaking on that. It's just his nervous energy, I think. Just don't know if he's beat Ryan Reid's time though.
But I believe the leading time is still 33 seconds by Ryan Reid. Second last pairing, ladies and gentlemen.
So obviously
third place last year.
time important there for all those that do the same.
It is, and see Mikey and Ryan, they're so quick. Ryan kind of took a bit longer with the block, whereas Mikey was right up, but just, I don't know, he was just kind of, sometimes that nervous energy, it's hard to control it, and you're just wobbling all over the place. But it's something that will come with time. Mikey's, he's only 28, so he's still got his best years ahead of him. So next we've got Zaki and Jp. Zaki's another one. He's got bundles of power, but sometimes like that nervous sort of.
And over here in the far corner, our world's strongest man finalist, last year's podium finisher, shows some love for
So this is a tough one for me when we've got two Cerberus athletes head to head. You know, you want them both to do well. Zaki's opting for a more flamboyant colour scheme this year. John Pollock obviously bringing the experience with him. Quick press by Zaki. Straight into the axle, quick axle press. First rip of the axle, onto the second one now. Let's see if he gets it. Yeah, 2 reps for Zaki.
Come on, John. I think, come on, John. I think that's probably put Zaki in front there.
Oh, good effort, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new leading time for the pressing medley of 20 seconds. Zaki!
Do you ever remember the name of the chap from yesterday? We couldn't remember his name.
No.
Guys, who wants a t-shirt from the big man, from Zaki Mccluckey? Us! Oh no! Ronald, yeah.
He's not warmed up yet.
I used to cut down. Things like that. Right. Okay. Our last pairing, ladies and gentlemen, can we have the brothers Strongman into the arena? Dun, dun, dun.
So initially, your money would be on Luke for this, but with Tom at the Worlds, he spanked everybody at the medley, didn't he? But
SFN 2009.
I would say my money would still be on Luke here.
To show your appreciation to the 5 times Scotland's strongest man.
So it's Saltman Brothers head to head. This will be quite good.
And the other side, the defending Scotland's strongest man. Show some love for Tom, the Albatross, Strongman! Both the Strongmen seem to do this under 28 seconds to take the event win away from Zaki. Are we ready? Everyone, let's see this.
Okay, let's go for this. Let's see what. Who's your money on, Cherry?
I would have thought Luke, but Tom's.
That was a very,
Tom's
it was very quick press.
The action is not on the floor. Tom is just slightly ahead of Luke.
Tom slightly ahead of Luke.
2
seconds. Oh.
Tom's just.
He Viper pressed the second one.
Yeah, that's.
Ladies and gentlemen, who wants a t-shirt from Tom Strongman? It's not around. What is not fucking from so far away? Let's do that. 420 kilogram deadlift. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, hold the line, just wait. What's the times? Let me see the times. Ladies and gentlemen, Luke Strongman got it in 17 seconds. But
17 seconds for Luke.
Got it in 16.54.
Half a second.
Yep. You would fancy Luke for that, but you know, so that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, like, who's got the biggest marks isn't always.
Yeah. Isn't always the quickest. Yeah.
Yep.
Luke Strongman in 7th.
It looks like it's going to be a Highland top 3 if it keeps going this way again. Big Zaki's clinging to them.
Yep.
Tom's just...
So was it Tom, Luke and Zaki?
Yeah,
Yeah, Tom, Luke and Zaki, and then Ryan.
No, Mikey,
then Ryan.
come on now.
What?
Come on.
Just testing you.
Aye, Mikey actually beat Ryan in the pressing medley there. The MC got it wrong again.
Aye.
But I know that I'm keeping a tab on all his mistakes. But
You pay peanuts.
you get monkeys. That's it, Callum. I've heard the schooling system's not that great in Glasgow, so we'll not hold it against Andy. Yeah, but
his maths is well. I thought his maths was
it's
good.
counting all his money. That's how he. His money and his Instagram followers. Yep, Tom just looks like he's just a completely different level. See the second.
Just before you carry on, do you know what drives me wild with Tom Stoltman?
What's that?
He was up drinking on Friday night until 1:30, and he can still do this. You know what I mean?
The thing that you need to be careful with that though is eventually that catches you.
Yeah.
So
when you're young and elastic, it's not too bad.
When you're 25 and you're a bit like Mike Tyson in his prime, but you need to be careful with that with dehydration because. One clean with that axle, and if a bicep comes off if you're too dehydrated, it doesn't need to be your heaviest weight for you to tear something, so you need to be careful. But he seems to. They say that about Ronnie Coleman, the bodybuilder, that he started winning when he had a couple of vodkas and relaxed.
Oh, really?
And I think like when you see Tom, I was saying this for you last year that the second Tom beat Luke, his attitude's just completely. It's like that the uncertainness of his potential has just been lifted.
Yeah.
Because I think there was like a wee bit of a mental block there with Luke because it was Big Brother.
Yeah.
Obviously Luke's phenomenal as well. But I think Tom needed that confidence booster to beat Luke to sort of like, well, if I could beat my big brother, I could beat anybody sort of thing. It's like he comes in without a limit on his potential.
What's the next event, Stephen?
It will be the loading, I think. So this is multiple different implements. We've got a keg, a Cerberus sandbag, and we've got an anvil. We've got an anchor, a keg, a Cerberus sandbag. We did have an anvil, but we weighed them and they were different weights, so we're going to replace the anvil with a metal block that the guys have just pressed. Right. So
you could just give the heavier one to someone you don't like.
Aye. Andy Kearney's only MCing, mate, so no, Stuart tries to obviously keep it as fair as possible.
That's quite good for a wee conspiracy if you have that situation.
Yep.
Wee strongman conspiracy.
That's it.
That's what
So what are you trying to say, that these Stoltmen are just bodybuilders but they've been lifting fake weights for 6 years at every show?
No. I mean, it's nice to have a wee conspiracy. Keeps the fans interested in stuff like if you're doing arm over arm with two cars.
That's what you're trying to see. You like to have a bit of. Surely not you. You wouldn't.
No, not at all.
That's been done since the beginning of the time in Strongman. Like that car's heavier or that.
Yeah, when you have car frame carry or.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any sort of head-to-head pulling, that's like a truck or a car or.
The thing is, the head-to-head stuff. It's exciting when you see two guys going head-to-head. It is exciting. G's the crowd up. It's good for the athletes, but also like when you're in a big venue like this, time becomes a factor. Like we've got to get the show wrapped up for like 4 p.m. It shaves a lot of time off. If there's 6 events and 4 or 5 are head to head, especially considering there's like nearly 20 guys competing. Like when I first started competing in Scotland's Strongest Man, it was like the top 10.
Yeah.
So it was, you know, it was a fairly smooth show anyway because you only had 10 guys. So
I'll tell you what, that's 200 kilos.
What's that?
That's fishing weight with a hook on it.
Oh, the block and tackle.
Aye.
Aye, that's not got to be loaded on the platform.
Oh, okay.
So the block and tackle will have to be carried 20 metres. Then the guys run back and then they drag the chain and anchor, I believe.
Right.
So that's a separate medley, but they'll probably just put that under the loading platform just to keep it out the road. Yeah, I think actually the weight of the block and tackle, you know, it's actually 230 kilos this year. So they're going to add plates to it to make it heavier. So it'll be just over 500 pounds. So it's like carrying a 35 stone man between your legs. Something I've never done. I don't know about you, but I've never.
No, I wouldn't even know what you're talking about.
And then into the sort of chain drag.
Right, so the block and tackle is just to weigh down the platform.
Yes.
Okay.
And then they'll take it for the next, because you've got the carry and drag, you've got the load, and that's what I'm saying. It's quite a dynamic final this year. It's quite athletic. There's a lot of movement involved. Some years you get like quite static years, like you'll have a squat and a deadlift and a press and a static hold, stones, and maybe one moving event. And then some years it'll be a wee bit more athletic. You'll maybe have, you know, a loading event, another kind of medley, a press, a deadlift, like the throw-in. It's quite dynamic this year.
Yeah.
Which sometimes different events suit different people.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, big shout out to our sponsors here, ladies and gentlemen. Jones Supplements, Jones Sports Supplements, Zaki and Jp, Proform position, guys in Proform.
Speaking of supplements, we're bringing out some supplements. We've got a couple with us. We'll need to come over and sample.
Cerberus supplements.
Yep.
Right. So what's that? Your protein and amigos, pre-workout, that sort of stuff?
We've got a pre-workout, very nice pre-workout, nicely clinically dosed. A few unique selling points in it. It's got 5 grams of creatine in.
We've got a bearded idiot.
So if you want to watch the action later on,
Alright.
go to the Facebook page and get to hear Callum and Stevie Cherry. It's this weird Kirkcaldy South African thing, you know, and it's really bizarre. But it's worth it, and it's getting filmed in 4K, so it'll be crystal clear resolution. So remember folks, Cerberus Strength, his Facebook page later on if you want to replay the action.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, just butted in there. So you've got a...
Yeah, we've got a pre-workout and an intra-workout. Pre-workouts, both clinical doses of...
is it a caffeine-based pre-workout?
It's not got too many exotic ingredients, but it's got some good stuff that's clinically dosed. So it's got 5 grams of creatine, and I'll bring a tub over here. I'll read off the ingredients, but it's not too many novel ingredients because we've got a worldwide distribution model. We don't want anything that's sort of like
anything that could be banned and tested.
Exactly. So you got like things, you know, we're probably going to bring out a separate one just for the UK market that can have everything that's allowed here in the UK.
As much as possible.
As much as possible, so you can have your sort of walnut extract and or juglans or whatever it's called.
An extreme pre-workout.
Something like that.
And then a tapered one for.
Yeah, but even so,
vegans.
we've been testing the current one we're doing in our own gym, and it's
quite successful.
Quite successful, yeah.
So obviously, like, you know, when you're speaking pre-workout, you've got a lot of options on the market.
Oh, there's tons.
But intra-workout is something that people are just sort of picking up on. So if we could touch a wee bit on that, what would be your intra-workout? So that would be, you would put that in your water or your juice during training to keep your blood sugar levels higher.
Exactly. So it's got the amino acids and a few
some simple carbs.
Some stuff that's some endurance type of
because I mean, sometimes when you're training, and especially strongman events where it's a lot of movement involved, you burn through that sugar and glycogen quite quickly. So just adding a wee something to your water keeps a good flow of carbs going into your body, keeps that blood sugar level from dropping, because that's when you start getting dizzy and shaky. So the intra workout would be something that would be interesting. And then have you got a post?
The post we're going to do, we've got a sort of protein blend.
Protein and simple carbs again then.
So
get that insulin spike.
So we're struggling. The strange thing is we have the formulations, but it's thinking of a name for these products is also a tough problem.
Well, you can't use Boom because that's already been taken.
So we just went with our tagline: defeat, destroy, devour. So we've got defeat pre-workout, destroy intra-workout, and devour.
That sounds absolutely, absolutely
recovery protein. So
that's actually quite, I would never have thought of that.
We Pete and I did a bit of brainstorming back in the office. So
I would say more you than Pete. I could see him just sitting having a lot to carry on.
No, we have quite we brainstorm a lot. We've got quite a unique way of thrashing things out. We nearly come to blows, and everyone in the office is terrified. But
how could anybody hit Pete? Pete's like the most lovable character that you can. He makes me smile. I'm going to get a picture of him on my mantelpiece.
Pete's great. We have some stressful times behind the scenes.
I could imagine. I mean, it's people just see the end product at a big show like this, but they don't really comprehend what goes into it. It's a lot of work. But so are you offering?
No. Need a bit of a disaster there.
Nearly. So, as well as the pre, the intra, and the post, are we offering anything else? Is there any protein? Is there any aminos? Is there any joint protection? Or is this all still get the basics right first?
Yeah, we want to get some of the basics right first, because it's very. When you've got the scope to make anything you want, it's easy to get carried away.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're a strong believer of getting the basics right, and then you work from there. So it's just a single flavour of pre-workout, single flavour of intra, and we'll do 2 flavours of protein for now. Then we've got a couple other supplements. Probably won't mention on here just yet because everyone likes to copy everyone else these days. As we well know. So unfortunately, we have to keep a lot of these things close to our chest until we release them.
Absolutely.
So
what would be the flavour of protein then?
Well, at the moment, sort of a strawberry berry typey thing, and
can't go wrong with strawberry.
Yeah, exactly. And then some sort of chocolatey type of flavour.
That's good because that's too opposite. Because some people find chocolate a bit sickly.
Yes.
Post workout, but strawberry seems to go quite smooth and.
Yes.
So the next event, Luke Strongman is 2 points behind his brother.
Oh.
Luke would have liked to win that bronze.
All right, through the deadlift.
Oh, of course, yeah, because we got the first event yesterday.
So that's 2 events, 2 wins for Big Palm. Tom could potentially win all 6 events here. That's never ever been done before in Scotland's Strongest Man. I don't know, that was a wee bit of exchange of words between Luke and Kearney there. I think there's a wee bit of playful banter. I think we missed the best part of that. I'm sure it was something about Luke's 400 kilo deadlift. we'll leave that there. I'm not want to separate their handbags. Hi there, Scott. You want to grab a chair for £5? You want to grab a chair for £5? You need to put the headphones on, big man. Can we get him in?
Yeah, there he is.
Big, huge, massive Scott Milne.
It's like when your haircut, by the
It's
way.
lovely, it's all shaved. Where's the quiff?
I've conceded to my baldness.
You're still sexy, look, to be fair. How's things today, big man?
Alright, mate, aye.
That beard's muffling the microphone.
I was a wee bit disheartened yesterday with the deadlift, but then when I seen the points this morning,
It's actually no aye, and
it was only 4 points between me and Zaki in third
Aye.
place. You know what I mean? So that gave me a wee bit of a boost.
You've
My worst event's at pressing. So
You've saved a wee bit. I said that, like, your pressing's always your Achilles heel, but obviously Scott's not mentioned it, but he is carrying a small injury, so
aye, after.
and it's not making it can obviously we all sort of suffer now and again, but it does gets in your head in that a wee bit as well, eh?
Aye, as I say, that's why I've not mentioned it. I'm not using it as an excuse.
No,
it's just go here and do what I can.
That's it. That's what you've. And plus, I think Scott's flying away on holiday. And I think
6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
and I think if
Where are you off to?
Menorca.
Oh, nice.
Hopefully it's a Thomas Cook holiday, so
but we've got it on we've got it on good authority that if he gets hurt today, Maisie will smash him to pieces. So that's it. I wouldn't, if I was you, mate, I wouldn't even have competed today. Like,
I was in two minds, mate.
take the kicking off Maisie.
Tell you
Did you
what,
see what?
that's one way to do your recovery, though, isn't it?
That's it.
All inclusive.
All inclusive.
Definitely.
You're not a big drinker though, eh? You'll not touch the beer or that.
Oh no, not at all, mate. No, not at
With
all.
cranberry juice for a week.
I'll get my year's worth in 1 week.
Tell you what, depending on the temperature, just when I was in Thailand last month, it was so hot that you just didn't want to drink alcohol because you were just so dehydrated all the time.
That's it.
I'm sure I'll alternate between
beer and vodka. So this is going to be a good one for you, Scott. Hear the loading, hopefully, mate.
Let's hope,
You've
mate.
got the
As I
size, you've got the fitness, and the.
Aye, as I said, the moving events are usually good for me, but obviously with that toe abductor
Just keep it warm, keep it loose.
affecting me a bit. Aye, we'll get what we've got, mate.
That's all you can do, mate. Aye.
I'll go
Absolutely.
and,
Best of luck, big
cheers,
man.
Yeah,
I'll go and
cheers,
see-
Scott. Cheers, good luck, buddy.
Right, Scott.
Guys, cheers.
Thanks. Aye, Scott obviously wasn't going to mention the injury, but
Number 3 underway. And the first athlete to go will be Kyle. Mckinnon, show some love for Kyle Boy.
fine. How are you?
It's scary doing emceeing and you're not. I thought you were the man in Scotland.
I'm saying, mate, if you've been actually got a monkey, you've got to put the headphones on. Come on, you have to.
Only if I know who's coming up and I look smart. Who is it?
No, you're fine. It's just a tiny wee camera there. You look great. You're
Oh my
sitting
God.
You're sitting there. So everybody's got you. Come on.
Who's doing what?
So we've got a shy guy that doesn't really like speaking on the microphone.
He's not had much mic experience, I don't think.
Colin Bryce.
What? Who?
Who's
my brother.
Who's that?
How are you, gentlemen? You alright?
Yeah,
Fine,
good.
Colin, huh?
Good.
Yeah?
Looking forward to a good day of
Callum,
Strongman.
that's-
Nice to
well,
see. Yeah.
Looking good, that bracelet.
Oh, thank you. I'll give you a website where you can buy one later.
That looks a bit more expensive.
Well, yeah, bought on a beach somewhere. So what we got next then? What's the action here?
We've got the load medley. We were just saying there that was a wee bit of a turn up for the books. Big Tom taking that press. But sometimes, you know, the biggest marksers know always the quickest. Tom just looks like he's on a completely different level at the minute. So we've got this load medley. So we've got an anchor. We've changed it to the block because the anvil was. There were two different weights. We've got the Cerberus bag and the keg. Oh. Right, so
Sorry, folks.
So earlier on I sat in a chair and I broke it, and I never.
You tucked me up, didn't you?
I thought somebody else was going to sit on that.
There's action going on, gentlemen.
That's
Here
it.
we go.
There's my chances of any Giants life completely went in the toilet.
You fucking-
I've just
you
had
did
Colin
that,
Bryce.
Right, what we got here now? What way is this then?
So the anvil, I think it's about 110. The block's 100. We've got the 125 sandbag and the 125 keg. And he's finished it.
Very good.
Well, this guy just stepped in last minute, I think, as a replacement.
It's well for Andy, your seat.
I completely forgot about that.
Stuart, your seat.
Sat on it earlier on, I buckled the leg.
Seat, Biggin? Don't know, I just buckled the seat. I just went down, careful. I couldn't stitch you, he just stitched me up and I went, humph over.
Didn't he hold that against me, remember? Didn't listen to him, he's seen him.
Yeah, he's talking about cartoons from the 1930s again.
He was only 40 then, though.
Mickey Steamboat.
So what's on the cards for you, Colin? You look tanned and jacked and tanned.
Well, you know, jacked and tanned. Just to have a bottle like everybody else here. You know what I mean? Fake teeth and tan.
Where's the beard and the explosive 8?
Explosive arse. No, sorry. Yes, no, we're here because we're actually, I guess no, I can't. I should be careful what I say.
You need to.
Until anything's signed, we can't say anything. But I think it's
big things in the pipeline.
Always, you know, always,
What's
you know.
What's that?
This stuff doesn't get blocked in the pipeline, so best, you know,
I'm sure it'll work out fine.
Thank you. Yeah,
It'll work out fine.
I think the most important thing is we're here just to have a see how Scottish strongman is and the interest in Scottish strongman, and actually
came up, wasn't it?
Oh, it's off the scale, mate.
Yep,
It's fantastic. You know, I used to be
maybe most improved country this last 3 years, maybe.
You know, it's the general understanding, and you know, you got two charming guys in those brothers. Let's be honest.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you were obviously a champ, and there's a beautiful story there, a sibling story. You know, and it's there's quite an age range, and they're quite different fellas, but I don't know. I think it's quite a heartwarming story that you know, Luke in many ways has been dragged up by his wee brother. And Mr. Mccluckey, very good. Oof. Lewis Mcluckey there.
Lewis is he's some athlete.
He is, isn't he? He sort of looks like he's just turned up and standing in the crowd. Pulls 400. No. What did he pull? What did he pull yesterday?
380, I think. 360. 340, 360. You know, there was a few turn-ups for the books yesterday.
So there was a sort of a debate last night. Adam Bishop's a typical Bish. He went, I can't believe Tom went for £1,000. I mean, what was he doing? I personally think magnificent. And I think that's why people love the Stokes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I said that to Bish. I said, Bish, people are never going to love you unless you lay it out there, Bish. Yeah. And he kind of looked at me like, all right, I get it, Bryce. I get it. You know, you went from the entertainment side, but it's true. And I love that about Tom. He wants to put a show on. He wants to show everyone he's the strongest man in the world, not just win Scotland's strongest. Yeah. He wants to show, I am the strongest man in the world. Yeah. The two did rather well in the World's Strongest Man this year. You'll see it.
Absolutely.
This is a hardcore fan line, right? We can tell the truth. Two men in the World's Strongest Man final.
That's it.
You know, this is it's not BBC One we're on here. So.
This is quite clinical, I think, with him being that strength coach. Everything's meticulous, but there is sometimes you've just got to unleash the beast, as they say. No, up here though, didn't it? You'll get. Be careful. But no, I mean it was great to see. I mean, I was saying I remember like in 2007 when I turned up just to watch my first qualifier. I think Lewis McLean pulled 310, and I think that was the biggest deadlift in Scotland. Well, you know, at the qualifier.
Is that right?
Yeah. I think
so I lie about my deadlift on a regular basis. Yeah. 300, 280 was my best deadlift ever, and I was at that time a reserve at World's Strongest Man.
Yep, 97.
97, 98, 99, yeah.
I remember you running with a block. You looked about 14.
I actually did the Husserveld in Britain's Strongest Man final, and I think if I remember correctly, I went over the world record, but it was stuck in my belt.
Right.
I remember thinking, geez, I could take my hands off of this.
Right.
Continue to go. So I just fake it, throw on the floor. And that was the only reason I beat Graham. That was the only reason I beat Graham Mullins when as the reserve to the WSM finals. Sorry, Graham, I apologise. I think I was last in every other event.
You see, you can't get away with that with Stuart because he cheated on everything when he was competing. He checks absolutely everything.
He wrote the book.
Oh, he did.
He's still, Stuart Murray. He looks like a normal man who's had Hercules arms clipped on.
We'll just say
and
that.
He still looks massive, doesn't he?
See, I was asking him about his forearm development, and he was telling me the secret is juggling.
Juggling?
He's been a juggler he juggles in his back garden. Aye,
really?
Apparently so. Ask him about it.
He's never done it in front of a crowd. We're going to have to ask him.
Yeah, he has to paint his face. So you have to ask him to paint. Put the red
he needs
nose
2 hours notice.
I wondered why Bobo was his nickname. But
is this just a gag for that? Is it?
I don't know, because he gets angry, he lashes out. So be careful.
Oh, he's carrying it a bit different there.
Yeah, this is a new guy. This is his brand spanking new, young.
Neil.
And then we've got Eben, South African Eben. He's got a gym up in Peterhead, Arena Gym. Nice guy.
Where's O'Neill from?
I don't know. He looks like Eastern European or something. He doesn't look like he's Scottish, but
no,
big unity
an Irish name.
Big unity of lad. So we've got Grant Drennan. He's Burns Gym in Dumfries against Chris Beetham. Beeth just trains in his garage. I think Beeth does the World Naturals.
He does Naturals as well.
So it's one of we were saying that earlier on, Colin, it's one of these competitions where a lot can go wrong. You know, with the sandbags, just a simple mistake can cost you big points.
Yes, well,
even just doing all the lifts isn't good enough. You got to do it quick as well.
We calculated that breast medal is like 510 kilos if you lift them all. So
I mean, what I've instantly noticed here actually is actually just the sheer slippiness of everything, including the floor.
Absolutely, yep.
You know, these guys are struggling to get purchase sprinting on what is a painted, shiny concrete floor.
It's like that rubberized paint on the top of it.
It's I wouldn't even say it's that. To me, it feels like a sort of concrete matte finish. It's pretty slippy, really, and that sort of adds to the whole.
Be nice for the chain drag.
Even things like the anchor, because the anchor has been freshly painted. That's slippy as hell, and it's warm in here.
We see a few guys going on the rash.
Well, it's just you have to be careful. And they all look a wee bit like they're having to hold back a bit, and
that nervous energy.
Yeah, covered in sweat. So it makes it a bit trickier for entirely different implements as well.
Yep. At least they didn't have to try and load that anchor onto the platform. So we've got Grant against Beefy. Onto the Cerberus sack, not the keg, 125. There's a 275 pound keg, 19.5 stone. You say it like that.
It's very hamstring heavy, this.
Yeah,
because it's so slippy, look at the way they're running, they have to claw the ground here, lean right back.
A lot of stress on the biceps as well when you're picking stuff up. So, put the sandbag up there and then onto the block. We've got the 100 kilo metal block. This is tough. Up here. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is how things are won and lost.
But he keeps all 10 toes.
And he's not.
You gotta hit that. You gotta hit that with your hips and get it right up there.
He's a tall laddie, Grant. I mean, he's a good wee bit over 6 foot, so he's got the height. Just a wee bit, maybe a wee bit tired. Beefy showing encouragement there, but I bet he was buzzing when he missed it.
It's going to be one of those cartoon moments when someone's foot started flat and jeez, that could be sore, couldn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think it'd even be sore, you wouldn't even know it. It'd just be gone. Your feet would be strawberry jam.
My microphone's cut. That's it.
How's that?
That's fine.
Sorry, did I knock your microphone out?
I think you aimed for my jaw there.
Sabotage.
Did you see that? That's a claim.
some wild gesticulation. I'm big into that.
So next we've got Scott Milne from Cumbernauld. Scott's wife competes in strongwomen as well in powerlifting.
He's a unit, isn't he?
He's a big lad.
It's a magnificent beard as well.
Yeah,
I have to say.
yep, absolutely.
12 strongest managed performances between them.
So
Milne's one of those Scottish names. When you go down south, it's guaranteed to be pronounced wrong.
Definitely. It's pronounced wrong up here most weekends as well. Against Big JP.
Big Pollock.
Never noticed it. The hat's on backwards. It's turbocharged.
John Paul Pollock.
That's it. He means business.
Did he pull 380 yesterday? I can't believe it. I first saw him in a local heroes contest of scrapping it with a few guys. I don't know, 15 years ago. Now here he is at whatever age, 62.
John.
Oh, but going strong. He's talking about a man enjoying a sporting career in later life, as it were. You know, he didn't get started till in his 30s.
Yep, he's a monster. Physical job as well, which makes him even more impressive in my book. These guys didn't blink because these guys are nip and tuck here.
Well, he came to Sweden Giants Live just over a year ago and very much merited it. I mean, he was mixing it with the world's best there, Cerberus and these kind of guys. Johannes Arsho.
John just loves to be involved in it. He just loves to be immersed in strongman.
That was maybe, to be honest, part of the problem why he didn't do better. He was almost a wee bit too happy to be there.
Sometimes your first big comp, you're like that the way.
Of course it is. Good effort.
Your first time you met John Paul, I mean, it's bound to be a similar sort of thing.
Yeah. I was 13 when I met, as in you saw John Paul Sigmarsson. Yeah. But I mean, he has a. He has the look of a man who I deserve to be here. I'm one of the kings. But when he went there, he was one of the. He was, hey, I'm happy to be here. And it's hard to focus in on what you're meant to do in that situation, you know. And well done. That was brilliant from him.
Absolutely. So I don't know who's up next. We've got. I think it looks like it could be Ronald and Lewis.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the leading time up to that point was Lewis Mccluckey with 45 seconds. Scott Mullen, winners took the lead.
Tell you what, Andy Carey on the mic. Was he ever that stacked back in the day when he was competing? I mean, he's looking at me. I know he's powerlifting now still, and he's doing world championships and doing all titles and everything. I remember back in the day, he was never that ripped. I can't believe he looks $1 million. Yeah, but he looks like he's Scotland's strongest man right now.
He told me his secret earlier on.
Tell me.
Oh, you can't tell anybody though, remember?
No, but it's just us and a few thousand on the live stream.
Yeah, he says to me that he leaves the coat hanger in his t-shirt.
That's what gives him those fake traps.
That's it.
Good thinking.
And just keep that between us and everybody that's going to listen.
It's a hell of a back on him now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good for him, man.
That's his best side, is his back. And he turns around and just... horrible looking man. He's got that handsome beard though. I'm saying to him earlier on, his kilt smells of sin, bad choices. I had a wee sniff earlier on when he was in his I thought it was a dog's blanket. It was his wee kilt. Seen some mileage that kilt. So we've got Lewis Jack, who's relatively new to the sport. Pulled a 360 yesterday against Jamie Gorgon, the sexiest grandad in Scotland, besides Stuart Murray. Now he's took that title, obviously.
Amazing, 360. That's you're talking about 800 pounds.
Yeah.
Amazing. How many guys have pulled that now?
Crazy.
How many guys in Scotland? I think Hamish Davison was the first ever.
Oh, a good few.
And there wasn't probably another 20 years before anyone else even attempted it.
Oh, there we go. See, that's where the inexperience comes in. Big Jamie right up there. Jamie suffered a lot of injuries. He was supposed to just press the block and leave it, but he went for the log as well, the axle and the log. Jamie's a master as well, you know, he's 41, I don't know what to say any older, but
he's 42 now.
42, he came into it a bit later on, but he just loves competing.
Let's hold on to this, who's going to get it first, who hunts it most, eh? Whoa, not holding in a great position there. Quicker on the pickup, but slower on the delivery.
That's it. So we've got the the crew for Burns Gym here keeping this moving quickly. We've got Martin Lennox as well.
Are they on day release, are they?
They look like it, to be fair. Martin Lennox owns Hostile Gym in Motherwell.
It's like some sort of CrossFit gym, isn't it?
Oh well, I'm not want to say too much. He's been prone to violence. So.
Hostile Gym, is that what it's called?
That was the 2015 Scotland's Strongest Man was held there.
There's a friendly gym. Should we go to Hostile? It welcomes all.
It's a nice gym. It's got all the kit in it. It's got the big sort of Slater logs and the big dumbbells. And
Big Zaki's up next. Is that right?
Yep, I think so.
He's some man, you know.
Big unit.
He's lived in the shadow of Luke Stoltman, and now he's had the rise of Tom Stoltman to deal with, and he's actually. It was last year. I suddenly realised I was watching from a distance. Probably was in your shadow for a bit as well. But I thought, you know what, this guy's doing some incredible.
I was already gone by the time he came.
Is that right? But,
yeah.
but I just.
A lovely guy.
Actually, we were doing him a disservice at Britain's Strongest Man by not getting him there, because under that sort of assumption that let's weight things on population, so 50 million English and 6 or 7 million Scots and a million Welsh and whatever. So we'll have a Welshman, we'll have a couple of Scots, we'll have 7 or 8 English, and it's sort of weighted. But we were wrong, because quite frankly, Zaki. He could have been 6th or 7th probably in Britain on a number of occasions, because he's only been just behind the Stoltman brothers, and hopefully we'll be writing it this year.
Fingers crossed.
Let's see what happens here, though.
Absolutely.
Interested to see your opinion whether you think 3 or 4 of the Scots would do well in the Brits at the end of this.
I think so.
You think
I definitely think so.
Certainly the numbers suggest it, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So we've got Ryan Reid against Ronald Young. Ryan is definitely a shoe-in for the podium here. He's extremely quick. Nursing a wee bit of a hamstring injury, but this is the guy that my training partner's worried about.
Well, what's Reid's background? He looks like an Olympic
rugby and boxing.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He's so packed, isn't he?
Yeah.
A hell of an athlete.
He is. He's really fast. Really fit. Hardly any body fat on him.
Look at the quads.
That's it.
Yeah, textbook.
He rolled the dice. Good on you, man.
Ronald keeping up with him though. That's one of the best loaders in Scotland. And he's not got the wingspan of Big Tom. It's a wee bit shorter in the legs, so.
I like that, Reid. What's his first name?
Ryan Reid for Edinburgh.
Wow, that's
Welder.
How tall is he?
Yeah, about 5'11". Just functional.
Very much so.
So next up we've got Zaki against my training partner, the wee guy with the bald head. Come in here yesterday for a 330 deadlift and pulled 380.
He's got a sort of look at Jason Young about him. Handsome chap. No, I'm joking, man.
Jason Donovan.
Jason Young, aka Elephant Heat.
So Mikey likes the loading events as well, so hopefully this will be big points. He was big points on the deadlift, and he's been neck and neck with John Pollock for a couple of years, but John always kind of gets him on the stones, I feel. So Mikey come in for a 330 deadlift and he ended up pulling 380, so we're over the moon with that.
What was his personal best before?
We don't know, I've never tested it, so I programmed him for 330 and he pulled 380, so.
What's happened to the world?
I don't know.
Did you know what John Paul Sigmundsson's best ever?
370 for the floor.
372 and a half, I believe he did.
For the floor.
But to be fair, no straps. Powerlift, full cup, 3 lifts powerlift.
The guy had a grip like a vice.
But
it
was it only 3 lifts here yesterday?
Yeah.
Or was it a rising bar?
Rising bar.
It was a rising bar.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes. Good. I don't like 3 lifts. I don't think you get the best out of people with 3 lifts.
No.
Which is probably why you never saw the best out of John Paul. Stick some straps on him, give him a rising bar, a different contest, stop him starving himself for bodybuilding in the summer. I'm sure he'd have been over 400 with the best.
Definitely.
Different times, different era.
Get him out in some top strength
be great to take the
Cerberus.
Be great to take the
Sky
genetics.
be the limit.
If he'd had SPD, I think he probably would have done it. You know, that would really have made a difference. I'm only joking, I'm only joking.
Mute.
If we could take the
Taxi.
yeah, if we could take the genetics of cars and keep them. So if we could take the genetics of Bill Kazmaier and bring them into modern day, that would be a beast of a man as well.
Yeah, I mean, people always say who was the greatest of all time, but you can really only go off how someone, you know, how far did they beat their peers in the 100 meters at that time, you know, and it was a fascinating little study done on 100-meter racing, and they reckoned if you took away the Mondo track, spikes, you put people back on you know, old-fashioned kind of ash or whatever it was called. You know, they were running in basically what are like little
Taylors.
yeah, there's little, you know, Jesse Owens in 1936 would be 1 meter behind Usain Bolt. That was all that would be a difference. 1 meter. Quite something, isn't it? You take away all the different sort of modern, the Mondo, even the difference between the tartan track and the Mondo one is.
Well, I found at school that some of the guys, obviously this is back in South Africa, would run faster barefoot than in spikes.
Aye, sometimes
Sprinting.
just lighter.
I mean, you shouldn't do. You
Shouldn't
have much
do.
more
You shouldn't
purchase
do,
in
yeah.
a spike. Of course
Yeah.
you did. But
Let's go, Mikey!
That's exactly left.
And you as well, Zach, obviously. I'm no biased.
go on, Zaki. Oh, he looks good there. Oh, fuck!
They can make the occasional mistakes from time to time. Let's see, hopefully.
Stick well, Mikey!
Run to the big man.
That's all right.
Come on, Zaki.
Oh, he's fluffing the sack there.
Come on, Mikey, go on! Come on, Mikey, move! Come on, Mikey!
Oh, Zaki!
Oh, come on, Zaki.
Yes!
He's gassed out now, Zaki.
That's what I was saying to you earlier on. That's probably Zaki's biggest downfall is he gasses.
Well done. Wilson looked fit there. He held it to the end.
This is what frustrates me as well. That, you know, the Saltmans have learned from this mistake, and that's not training with the implements in the competition. And also, I know Zaki trains at a gym 2 doors down from our gym, and they don't have I don't think they don't have sandbags. But he doesn't come and train sandbags with us. And this is what you see. You see, especially with athletes we sponsor, we give them sandbags, and they're all training in the garages, in their gyms, wherever. And then in the competition, you see the difference with the sandbag handling.
He came to my gym in Kirkcaldy about a year ago, and I was like, Zaki, fuck. I mean, get some sandbags, man.
Well, see, the thing is, with a sandbag, any sort of sandbag training, you're getting the conditioning working as well.
He needs that conditioning work. For a big guy, he kind of blows.
To be honest, I'm surprised no one's wearing. Surprised they're not wearing gloves. Actually, taped on gloves. They're all.
Yep.
Everyone's chosen to wear nothing.
Goes up in Scotland, we go raw.
We go
bear.
I don't know. That's the most sensible.
To be fair, though, for that block, gloves would definitely help, I'd say.
On the canvas, but see, even sometimes a wee bit of carpet glue instead of chalk on the sandbags.
I was thinking the same thought, but I mean, you know, it might be. I don't know what the rules are here. It might be a wee.
It's whatever you can get away with calling. Let's be honest.
They'll tacky up the sleeve, you know. Hey. There we go, Stoltman versus Stoltman. This is the big finale for this event.
Tom's just going to chew this, I think.
Yeah, you're going to go with Tom to win this.
I'm going to go with Tom, I think. Obviously Luke's a lot of love for Luke.
Well, it's the lady's choice, isn't it?
He's my choice as well, Colin. But I think Tom's he's just got that big leg span that he just kind of
got big everything span, really.
Well, so they say.
So we measured him at body power.
Right.
6'8" 1/4" he is.
Right.
Barefoot, full proper measurement.
He's a big unit, big lump.
And I asked Luke what he expected him to be, and he said they measured him 1 year ago, and he was only 6'7". So he is still growing.
Oh, that's great.
He is still growing at 24.
We'll just have to get the tranquilizer. See, look, this is the difference. Like a world class athlete is that they've got the
Got fluffers. There you go.
Stuart Murray is your fluffer.
He's a fluffer. That's an awful fluffer,
I
really.
didn't imagine that would get you excited, would it?
It's just
Like an old elephant.
an oldie but goodie, you know. Those big horns.
Oh, he's that would
He fluffs with the best of them.
that would bring a tear to a glass eye. They big hands, like. So we've got the Stoltmans. Is that their wee camera guy that for their channel?
Yeah, Simon.
Yep, Simon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
He's
What, the guy who came to Manchester?
the guy.
It was instructed not to film our action and then made a television show before we put it out on Channel 5. That guy over there, yeah. Not exactly my favourite. I know who you're talking about, yeah.
500,
We've had words.
500 quid will make him disappear. So
He actually pretended he didn't speak English to me. That was his gag.
I do that as well to people.
Yeah, it was partially true with you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's broken Gaelic.
Okay, I've got a wee theory here. I think Luke really quite likes losing to Tom. It's almost as if he's. This is why I think he's got at a twilight so strong. Is he's almost coaching his younger brother?
Yeah.
Not coaching, but he's. I think he enjoys watching his brother do
He does,
well as much or more than he enjoys doing it himself. And I think that's part of the story of these two siblings.
Yep.
The older one, I mean, what's the age difference? 8 years, 9 years?
Luke's 35, Tom's 25.
25, so there's 10 years difference, and he loves seeing his wee brother do
absolutely.
it.
That's-
He loves him with so much pride. Oh, shite, they've gone for the same one. Well, that could have been messy. Luckily, Luke conceded, and Tom went first. I think, actually,
Tom made a mistake there.
I think Tom made the error there, to be honest. Something tells me Luke won't complain about his brother, though.
No.
And he's caught him up. Oh, Luke and Tom, this is neck and neck. Down to the final block, folks. And it's Luke who picks it up first.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And again! Oh,
Well done.
oh, would you believe it? It's tops off.
There's me thinking that Tom's going to. And that was Luke's slowing down a wee bit as well.
Look at that. Well, a magnificent display there by Luke.
That was incredible.
Kept his cool. He didn't lose it over his brother.
I told you Luke would win. You said Tom.
See, now here's a good.
Sorry, Luke.
So here's the strongman conspiracy. If the anchor would be in the correct place, and
You just always, with Tom having the height and the king, he usually betters him in the loading bit.
There would have been a perfect excuse. Now, they didn't like each other so much. It would have been the perfect excuse as to why you got beaten by Tom.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show you how,
Well, there's a wee bit of
Excuses are
controversy here because the referees are in them. So I don't know, like, if Tom, because he's put it in the wrong.
No, but come on, it would be. If it was me, and I've refed a few contests, I would say, did it put the man off? I say yes, it did put the man off. And in that scenario, I would probably speak to the man who put off and say, okay, do you feel would you like another go? Do you feel jilted? Do you think it's wrong? Do you think he should go again? And in this scenario, I think obviously his brother would say, no, I'm quite happy. It didn't affect me. Yes, he went into my lane, but he didn't affect me because, of course, it's his brother. I think if they weren't friends or they weren't brothers, then you might have a bit of a situation on your hands.
Well, at the end of the day, he won, so
he won.
He'll be happy.
Yes. It couldn't have put him off more than a quarter of a second.
That's it.
So he would have an argument, but I think, you'd let Tom off in this scenario. Let's face it, strongman. There's no written rule book. I mean, there's every loading event's different, every surface is different, every single environment is different.
But it's the same for everybody competing here.
So no, but what you just have to weigh the scales of justice and make sure you do something fair in these scenarios. And that can anyone else complain except Luke? No. So therefore, really, you have to consult Luke and say, right, Luke, how bad were you hurt there? And he doesn't care. So there's no point in the referees getting involved.
That's it.
I would say.
That's fine. That's a fair point.
Would you not say?
It's a fair point.
but going back to Luke losing to his brother, if if I was wanting to lose someone, I'd rather lose my brother than a stranger, you know.
I think Luke wants to lose to his brother second. I think he wants to lose to nobody first.
Yeah.
Personally, what I feel. Luke will keep going as long as he can. I think he's just competitive. So, but yeah, if you were going to concede to anybody, it's nice to keep it in your sort of Stokeman name, I suppose. But
Yeah.
He said to me, and I thought this was awful sweet. I said, you know, how long are you going to go on for, Lucas? You seem to have a twilight in your career. You've been going on a while, and you've spoken to me a couple of years ago, and you were not sure about doing that much more. And you know, but now you seem to have come back offshore. You're taking it much more seriously. You're in the WSM final. I'm going to keep going and keep going. And then he said, I'm going to keep going. To be honest, I'm almost forced to, because I feel like it does my brother good as well,
Yeah.
and it does me good training my brother.
Yeah.
But so I think we'll see we never would have seen his potential if he didn't have a younger brother. That he wanted to do well, and actually, it's almost as if it's awoken the beast. Do you know what I mean? Because his sibling love brought him in offshore. Well, he was earning a lot of money offshore, right? And he probably would have stayed like that. And part-time training, part-time results. Full-time training, full-time results. Now he's much more, maybe not full-time, but closer to it.
the thing is, you could go and work offshore when you're 50. You're not really going to be in world's strongest unless you're Mark Felix. When you're
But you know, it's awful difficult to. Did you ever give up work to do sport?
No, I've always worked.
But and you've got you'll have a work ethic, a good Scots work ethic, right? You can't help it. It's awful difficult to say I'm not going to 9 to 5 it, or even 8 to 6 it, or whatever most good hard-working Scots do. And it's something that's deep in the back of your head. You got to get up and go to work, and then and your sport is fun of an evening.
Yep.
And no matter how serious you get at it, so it's hard to get rid of that mindset and say, actually, I want to be the best, and I have to sacrifice my work and that whole work ethic there, and recreate a whole different modern work ethic of full-time training, full-time results.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sacrifice either way, you know.
Luke's still done well. Me and him we've spoke a few times about this offshore thing. And I'd say to him, be careful, because maybe the oil rigs is more of a blessing than you realise, because he was almost like forced to go lighter and have that forced rest as well.
I disagree. I disagree totally. And I think that's the kind of thing you would put in your head if you had a too strong a work ethic.
Right.
How good could you have been if I'd have said to you, here's £100,000 a year, you must sleep at 1 o'clock every afternoon for 2 hours, you must eat 6 meals a day, and we'll have someone make them for you.
Is this an offer though? Right.
No. it's
an extremely hypothetical situation.
It's a hypothetical situation.
I'll eat and I'll take the $100,000, but I'm not promising much more than that.
But what difference do you think it could have made? It's rest and diet. That's the difference. That is the difference. We're talking about from Jesse Owens' day to Usain Bolt's day. Half of it's kit, a quarter of it's diet, a quarter of it's rest, and really we're all just the same people, and that's why performances keep getting better. So if you're not willing to commit to the lifestyle, the investing in your own self and the gear, obviously, then it's part of it. It's all part and parcel. Everything's a percent here, a percent there.
It's like you were saying yesterday. There's so much more involved when when you're dialing it in at such a high level.
Yeah, there is. I mean,
take no pride in being a part-timer and a hack in anything. I would say do one thing magnificently. Don't do 1,000 things and scoff at those who do commit. Because if they commit and fail, then good for them for attempting.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? That's vital. Oh well, I tell you what, if I'd have had all that like he does, well, you can make these things happen.
That doesn't the acid of that's no. That's there's not many guys, I suppose, at 35 would pack in their job and take the risk.
Is he actually given up his job?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He changed his role big time to get inland, but
right, he's no offshore, so I think he's full time at the minute. Luke, I think.
So I was interested to know. I must ask him actually, because I thought he was still working a bit, but it's such a drastic change from where he was that you've seen I think there's another bouncer. If he is still working a wee bit, there's more. There's more. He could be the world's strongest man. I really do. Absolutely. He's got the perfect mentality for it. People who almost want it too much.
Yeah.
Okay, now let me say this out loud, right? Hap Thorby Ornson, it was so exceptionally talented, genetically, everything. and he really gave himself the full-time training, but he almost wanted it too much at times that it became almost paralysis by analysis. You know, and that's maybe why he just slipped up here, slipped up there, and hasn't won more titles yet. And he'll win more, but he's more relaxed now. Suddenly and he can sort of fulfill his potential. While someone like Luke is he can flick the switch at the last minute. And that's a great thing.
He thrives on the pressure in the crowd.
Well, we're saying that as well, though, that like when you're saying about like a change in mentality, like we've noticed since Tom beat Luke last year, Tom's become a lot more relaxed, and it's like that mental block's kind of away as well. It's lifted, and it's like I feel like
it's a look on his face like, I deserve to be the champ. Absolutely. I am the champ. Absolutely. He feels like the rightful heir.
It's like almost that sort of, like you were saying, getting the big brother out the road, and now it's like the sky's the limit.
But the wonderful thing is he's got his big brother propping him up.
Absolutely.
You know, it can be a lonely place, not that I've ever been there and been champion, but anything, but it can be a lonely place with people around you with knives out to get you.
No, absolutely.
Or especially in strongman, because strongman's a funny sport. There's no... Decathlon, you've got 10 events, and you know exactly what those 10 events are every time. Strongman, okay, well, he won it this year because of that, he won it that year because of this, and there's, you know, people use the term bitching, but there's always going to be talk as to how people won things, and there's different, everyone's version of strength is different, let's be honest, and every contest is different in every scenario.
Like Z and Shaw went back and forward depending on the events for years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Who's greater? Who deserved more titles? To be honest, who knows? Who knows? That's what makes it fascinating.
How do you sort of really dictate who's the strongest? Is it by how many titles are won? Is it by what the biggest weights lifted? Is it who's lasted? There's so many different. It's an answer that there can't be. It's like if somebody says to you, "How's the one way I get strong?" Well, you can't really answer that because there's so many factors.
Well, I mean, look at you. I mean, you could press the earth, couldn't you? Out there you did some big weights, didn't you?
I was decent enough.
That was your party trick, but I bet it was a natural thing in many ways. You probably started as a great presser. So you know, some people can walk in the gym and genuinely pull. I think Terry Holland said on his second
260 or 270.
But I think on my second or third he pulled almost like 300 kilos or more.
Probably.
Now, I never did 300 kilos unless it was some dodgy cheat deadlift on a bar. It's just natural. It's just, you know. But then again, he wasn't a great presser.
I think limb length and just how you're built. Like I'm a big believer. Unless you're Eddie Hall, you're either a pusher or a puller. One comes a wee bit more naturally, and a lot of it is just, you know, it's how your body's put together. Like pressing always felt okay for me. Deadlift I kind of struggled with, like I was too tight, couldn't get the air in at the bottom. But then sometimes you watch these videos and it's like, right, I'll put my feet a wee bit wider, I'll put my hand position a wee bit wider. Then you get guys saying, no, that's not how you deadlift, and it's like, well, according to who?
I hate that discussion. How you do this, how you do that. It's whatever your body type feels right with, to be totally honest. You know, it's utter nonsense, isn't it? You know, it's the same thing as how do you jump? No, I mean, no one breaks that down. You just jump, and that really deadlifting is just jumping.
That's it.
You're driving off the floor, aren't you?
Well, so back at my gym in Kirkcaldy that I've got, if people come in new and they're saying, right, how do I deadlift? I say what to do is, with your feet position, run at me for about 10 metres away and do a vertical jump, and where your feet land when you start that vertical jump, that's roughly where your feet position should be.
It's a great one.
The best leg drive is like anything. It's like life. You want to give yourself the best start in life. You want to give yourself the best start in a deadlift. So,
having said that, I think if you've got long enough arms and you've got straps and all that kind of good stuff, it was a magnificent eye-opening session I once did with Andy Bolton, who he said, Colin, how heavy are you? 120 kilos. He said, right, you're in a nice position. You're not very, well, I'm quite thick in the middle now. The only thing about it, you can get down nicely. Look, what I want you to do is just to roll it a wee bit in and fall backwards. He said, because the first 120 kilos is free then.
Ah, right, okay.
And you're like, what? And you start to come back, and then all you have to do is pull back against the weight and straighten yourself up. And I was like, shit, you're right. It's a great thing.
I've been to quite a few seminars with Andy, and he said that. He says, you want to go as narrow as possible so that it makes your arms look bit. Sometimes, not that I'm going to argue with Andy's a legend, a great guy, but sometimes, you know, if you're a bit thicker around the mid section.
I know, but it's also the lats, and I mean, you know,
Well, when I pull, because I'm quite wide up, my biceps drag up my legs, and it's horrendous. It's like when I'm heavier, the sight of me trying to deadlift, it's not pretty. It's not a pretty sight.
Are you one of these guys with the mobile phone? You know Dave Beatty. When you see him on it, he's either like this, trying to talk, or he does this.
Hands free.
There's just too much mass everywhere. Yeah. Jeez.
But no, I mean, again, it's trying to suit your body type as well.
How does he wipe his arse in a plain toilet? You know,
with great difficulty.
Just kidding.
Not seen Dave in ages. I remember the last time I've seen Dave, he was, I think you and him were trying to revive some young guy in Britain's Strongest Man. Remember that? The guy had 2012. The guy had the junior had a heart attack, and
yes, indeed.
Definitely. If it wasn't for Dave and that, I don't think that guy would have made it that day.
I met him again at Anthony Joshua's versus Parker down in Wales. I was watching it with Eddie actually, and he was one of the bodyguards for AJ. He came up and said hello. I hadn't seen him since.
Oh, really? Yeah.
He introduced himself. I knew who he was, and we'd spoken a couple of times by.
Because you guys worked with him for quite a while.
Well, Bulldog was he was a Marine sergeant.
Yep.
And he was such a calm head. I think if you're ever doing CPR on somebody, first of all begin it. But secondly, begin it fast and deep, as quick as you can. But also, lastly, Bulldog was so cool about it. He came up, and as I was doing it, and I remember thinking, staying alive, staying alive. And I was going, you are so exhausted in seconds.
Yep.
You're doing 120 press-ups a minute beat, and you haven't, especially if he was a big fella. He was 21 stone.
He was a big lump guy.
And Bulldog said to me, he said, "Colin, my son, just tell me when you're ready. I'm going to take over. You're going to be tired in about a minute. All right? The adrenaline's kicking in." He was a Marine sergeant. He just knew exactly what was going on.
So,
he'd been in action himself, Dave. So he quite sad. I had this sort of commentary in my ear from Bulldog, and right, I'm ready to take over. And I see, stand back because I'm coming in.
I remember watching that, and it was quite scary to watch, to be honest. This young guy's lying there dying on the floor.
Let me say this: if you ever have a virus, strongman's not dangerous. The biggest killer for men under 40, anything to do with the heart, is viral. And if you do not feel well, do not go train, guys. Please don't go train. And that was a lesson, obviously, he learned, and he was perfectly fine. Not 2 weeks after that, he had a hell of a sore chest. But
we've got
and Lawrence won that day. We're talking about Britain's Strongest Man 2012. That was a fun day.
Jeez.
Talking of death, here he is. Hey, Lawrence, I'm going to grab a drink. I'm parched as hell. But nice to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Hey, look, it blends into your beard again.
Yeah, it just hides in there.
Do you remember when I was interviewing you in Sheffield 2 years ago? I suddenly began saying with the fact the microphone was the same as your beard.
It was kind of like just easing into there, weren't you?
In the middle of everyone, you went, "What are you doing?"
Trying to touch you up.
And I was just sort of stroking the beard. I was like, blend it in or not? I lost my mind for a second. All right, mate.
Yes, very well, not bad.
Mind if I rudely nip off and get a drink?
No, you go for it, mate.
Thanks, mate. I see you, dude.
Bring me back a drink.
What would you like?
Anything, just cold drink.
I'm fine with it. I'll stick with the water. I'm professional.
I think they've got some cold ones over there. I think the athletes.
There's water over there.
I'll get some from over there. Thanks, buddy.
Excuse me. How's it going, Big Rose?
Not bad, mate. Yourself?
And that's not too bad. Can you understand my language?
I'm okay with it. You're not too bad.
Because I have heard that the Fife accent's a wee bit hard to pick up. So
as long as you talk slowly.
Right. Okay.
If I'm really struggling, I get you to write it down.
I'm renowned for talking slowly. Andy Kearney likes to pick up on that. But
well, he talks too fast. You lose track.
Listen, he's not well liked up here, so we'll just move on for that. So how's things with you? Because the last time, obviously, not to keep bringing that. I think between the two of us, we've had a fair old amount of muscle tears, surgeries, and ruptures. I think you're about the only guy in Britain that's beaten me at the minute. So.
Yeah, I've had a few. Obviously, I had surgery 12 weeks ago.
Right, that was on your Achilles tendon.
That was on the Achilles. It's recovering really well. I'm back training in the gym, doing like squats and deadlifts. And
I see it. I'll follow you.
Only light. I can't really do. Although yesterday I did a very, very light yoke run. I put 100 kilos on my back and just walked with it, just to see how it was. Really, to try and battle the mental side of it, because you know yourself. Whenever you've injured yourself doing a certain event, there's that mental battle that you're like,
huge.
oh crap, I don't want to do that event again. Whereas I just sort of thought it's like falling off a horse. You've got to get back in there and try
absolutely,
it.
mate.
So obviously not going heavy, but I just wanted to move the foot.
It's something that's unless you've sort of had an injury, it's hard to explain to people, and a lot of people sort of look at you and they roll their eyes and is he going on about injuries?
Yeah, I mean, I've got good at coming back from injuries.
You have indeed.
I was just sort of known for that, but and I'll come back from this, and it's got to be slow. You've got to be patient about it.
You do.
You know yourself. You know, if you try and rush back in there, you'll mess something else up.
I think the good thing is as well is obviously what age are you? 28.
Oh, I'm 36 now. 28.
So you've got that foundation of strength there though that'll sort of stick with you because you have sort of progressed over the years and done it the right way.
Yeah, I've been around for a long time, so
you've got that base there. You know,
the strength comes back quickly, but it's then. You know, you can get to sort of 80-90% easy enough. It's then getting back to that 100%, and then getting beyond that is when it gets really difficult.
It is difficult. Once you get over that 90% barrier, it is tough.
I think as you get older as well, you can't you look at Tom and those kind of guys. They're young, they can be good week in, week out.
Absolutely.
And you know, when I was younger, I could. Whereas now, I have to be a bit more selective and peak at certain times.
Before Colin came there as well, Callum was saying about Tom was out and he had a few drinks and that on the Friday night and still comes and 420 and smashes it. I says, but you need to be careful because in time that stuff will catch you.
It does, yeah.
And it's the same. Like I had my first tear just after I turned 29, and it's been like a knock-on effect.
I was 30, and I always say to people, 30 is the kind of marker. And I know so many people, they hit that kind of 29-30 mark, and everything goes downhill from there.
Absolutely.
And whereas in your 20s, you do think you're indestructible.
Oh, absolutely.
And I was the same. I'd go to 300 kilo deadlift, no warm up, and pick it up, no problem. Whereas now I've got kind of
bands and
I've got the foam rolling, stretching. You warm up slowly through the weights. Those days of just picking up weights are long gone.
I mean, you're not going to get any extra points trying to be a hero. Trying to do that. You want longevity. I mean, you look at guys like Felix, and I love watching the Nick Best stuff and that as well, and. Not to gush too much on camera, but I was saying before, when I found out you were coming up today, I was saying yesterday that obviously your videos, I personally find them really inspiring because for somebody that's always trying to come back from injuries as well, it's like it helps me a lot, so I appreciate you putting the videos on.
Thank you.
And obviously because you're for Britain as well, it's nice because you shop at the places we shop, you train the gyms, the weights all looks at, it's not like some big fancy American, not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's you're more relatable, I would say.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I definitely like the Big Laws Official. I've watched a fair few of their videos.
I've had a lot of people come up to me saying they like them today. So
I expect a free T-shirt for the
for the club.
By the way,
yeah, guys, go and like the channel. Big Laws Official.
Absolutely. There is, but to be fair, joking aside, there is a lot of really, really helpful information.
I saw some of the guys that they kind of post the more kind of razzmatazz kind of stuff up there. I try and keep it more real. I want to give good information. I keep it entertaining as well.
My favourite one is the top 5 mistakes you're probably making in the gym. I think that's a great and it's spot on. And we've had discussions about this in my gym back home that it's like a lot of people post their best sort of stuff, and you know that you're not a good bencher, but you've said that yourself. Your strict press and stuff. Yeah, it's probably your weaker event, but you post them just as much as the squats, the deadlift, and the grip work.
It's funny. I'm sometimes more proud of the things I'm naturally weaker at. If they get better than I am with the things that come naturally easily to me.
I remember your first World's Strongest Man back in 2008, and it was I think it was like a 130 axle for a double. I'm fine, cheers mate. It was like a 130 axle for a double, and I remember you saying that you hit a 140 log, and there you're strict pressing 150, 160, so there's some into that training. So we've got Big Mike here going for the British record. And he's got it! He's got it! He's got it!
What weight was that?
I believe that was 125 kilos. So
brilliant.
When we were a wee bit younger and we were looking at you had the British deadlift, the British record at 118, I believe.
On the dumbbell,
118.
You know your stuff, don't you?
I do. I do. I'm a wee bit a creepy pervert. I I've been around a long time, mate. I'm shit, so nobody knows who I am. I keep getting hurt.
But that was impressive. 125 kilos there.
Yep. He, unfortunately for Michael, things never went according to plan on the log yesterday. But I mean, he's only young. Years.
Obviously, I competed with him at Britain's, and I've been following his progress with his videos on YouTube and the internet, and he's a strong log presser.
Yeah,
he's doing very good.
He's hit the 200 in Burns Gym, so
I think he's got to bring his all-round game needs to get a little bit better.
Yep.
But his pressing is very, very good.
I think he's going to try and take a few records and then get into the. Be nice to see.
We didn't really have that option when we started.
No.
There was none of the kind of focus on records.
No.
So it's a shame, really, because I've broken a lot of records and I've never got any recognition for them. Whereas now
I remember your 205 Axle in Bulgaria. Was it? No, Turkey.
It was Turkey.
Yeah. And Big Z just kind of.
I had the record for like a split second, and then Zadrunas.
Still had it the way.
Yeah, Zadrunas went in and kind of. Again, I was more proud. Axle was one of my probably best overheads.
But you're prouder because it was something that it took you a wee bit. It wasn't like a natural fit.
Yeah, it wasn't naturally easy.
Yeah, that's what Colin was talking about just before you came. That like some people are just a wee bit genetically gifted in certain areas and they lack in others and stuff like that. So I remember you sort of saying that your legs and your deadlift were strong, but it took you a wee while with the pressing, but you found the bands and obviously you like your big leg power and stuff like that.
I learned to kind of use my whole body.
Yeah.
And, obviously I've always had strong legs and maximise that power.
That's it. And it's what works, because we were talking about deadlift stance, and it's like the best deadlift stance is the one that works for you.
Exactly that.
Whether you're narrow or wide and you have to put the hands wider, at the end of the day,
I think in strongman, where you can use straps, it's all right going that wide. You almost like, watch Eddie, myself, a number of other guys, we have like a wide stance, we almost leg press it off the ground.
Yep.
Whereas I think in powerlifting, that doesn't work as well.
Right.
You need like a slightly narrow stance because it makes the lockout a little bit harder. And I think with straps it doesn't matter because you can hitch and you can get it up, but in powerlifting it probably suits a slightly narrower stance.
What I tend to find is when you go max grip in powerlifting, your shoulders are naturally back.
Yeah.
When you go double over,
you can extend, you can get an extra inch out of it or two, and then your straps, you see a lot of the guys, they hold it in their fingertips now. They're trying to,
crazy.
shorten the range of motion as much as they can.
I've used the figure eights, the Cerberus figure eights I've used for a couple of years. They're lovely because I was always bad for strapping onto the bar squint. So now you can kind of move and you can adjust, and so again there's all these things that maybe weren't available 10 years ago, but it is what it is, and you've got to just try and move with what's available with you. But obviously you've Cerberus as well, so are you figure eights or are you the extra longs?
Personally I prefer the normal straps. I'm not a huge fan of the figure eights, although I'd use the figure of eights on like an axle or something like that. Normal deadlift, I've always been scared that with the figure of eights you can't get rid of the bar, so you see if people like lose their balance, etc. I prefer the normal ones where you can just let go and the bar will drop.
There was a girl in here yesterday going for the deadlift and she fell back and she let it go and it went, and I said that if she had the figure eights when she was in big trouble.
I've seen it happen a number of times, and I think it's a matter of time before someone hurts themselves on it.
Definitely.
I know some people love the figure of eights and they do feel comfortable. I've seen that happen too often that I prefer the normal ones, and I've got the double ply Cerberus ones, and I've put them through.
Is that the red ones?
The red ones. I've put them through multiple 400 kilo pulls and
often see you on
and it's still the same pair for 2 years now, and they haven't broken. So
that's it. And that's some weight that you're shifting through the bad boys.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We often see at the end of a big Laws video, you've got strap marks on your head.
That's especially younger Laws. I think when I was younger, I was a lot more crazy. I watched some old videos the other day, and the psych up, I used to hit myself with my stick or my strap or
the
whatever.
Gunman Championships.
Now I'm a little bit more mellow. I want to bring that guy out, but then I usually get hurt when I do. So.
That's exactly. But see, the thing is as well though, is that you didn't need to get as psyched, and you're still lifting the weights. Obviously shows the maturity of muscle and the strength progression through the years as well.
I'll tell you one thing, if it's a good bit of advice for a lot of guys. I mean, when you are aggressive like that, say when I was younger and I'd really psych myself up for a big lift, The problem with that is then you have a come down.
Yeah.
And if you've got a competition with 5 or 6 events, and that's the first or second event,
so difficult.
and then by the third event you're all drained. I've learned how to sort of, save my energy for a full competition rather than, for want of a better word, blowing my load too early.
Well, we've all been guilty of that, Ross. Don't worry about that.
Having nothing left in reserve.
That Luke Stoltman, I'll not go into too much detail, but
let's move on.
Yeah. No, but I mean, you're right. I mean, that's sometimes adrenaline, it can kind of spill like it's like a cup, just going everywhere, and you've really got to focus it.
So
my wee training partner there, he's like a wee boy. Look at him.
Who's your training partner?
Mikey Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
So he come in for a 3:30 deadlift. They're going to get sick of me talking about this. Coming for a 3:30 yesterday. That's what he was programmed in it, and pulled 380. So that was a nice.
380.
That was a nice surprise.
Jeez, there was a lot of big numbers pulled yesterday.
Only weighs 130 as well. So a decent. So he's now the big dog in the gym.
So what's your best deadlift?
360.
Okay.
So that was.
The thing is, like, it's the evolution over the last few years has been crazy.
To be honest, mate, mine was years ago because I've just always been hurt. So it's just. But it is what it is. It's.
But so let's go 15 years ago. 360 was a big deadlift.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I mean,
it's annoying because you kind of feel like. I'm not like the most genetically gifted of that, but if that thing hadn't happened, like years and years of like injuries and surgeries and setbacks, you think, could you have been knocking on the door of 400? But then there's no point. As Colin says, go and make it happen, didn't he? So you could sit and make excuses all day, but nobody gives a shit.
At the end of the day, you got to go out and perform.
That's it.
That's what a lot of people, they talk about doing it. They do stuff in the gym, but it's getting to the competition and making it happen. That's when it counts.
That's it. And it's keeping cool, and as you're saying, knowing when the right time to blow your load is. That's the money shot, the Law's money shot. Well,
I've had a few alright ones. This is a good event. I like the bags.
Yeah. So this is new to the SFN. So this will be. We built one in the gym. Not quite as pretty as that, but just for to have a wee bash and. It's getting the angle as well as the height, ain't it? I mean, you've done a few of these at Worlds, so it's.
It was. This was an event I wasn't that good at for a while, and then one of the gyms I train at got a load of the bags.
I seen that video,
and I was practicing. I was getting better and better.
You've got the power. It's just.
I like you say, it's getting the trajectory to go over, because you could sometimes throw it more than high enough, but if it comes straight back down, it doesn't go over. You're wasting the energy.
There's some Highland Games guys that are fantastic. And you look at their gym numbers and you think, how?
Yeah.
But it's
timing and efficiency.
That's it, man. That's it.
I mean, I don't know this lad's name, but
this is Grant.
Okay, Grant has had about 5 throws and he's only got 2 over.
Yeah.
So that energy,
it saps quick on that.
It does. It's one of those events. It's so explosive that you've only got a certain amount of throws in you, really.
You wouldn't think throwing 4 wee bags you'd be so heavy breathing at the end of it, would you?
It's such an explosive full body movement that it really does take a lot out of you.
Absolutely. And so, would you think ollie shoes or flats for this, or?
I would go with what you're comfortable with. I'd probably go with ollie shoes. I quite like them for that
just
explosive.
Get that boom.
But I think it's a bit. Everyone's different, and some people, they get on with the flat. Some people prefer the ollie shoes.
It's like the squatting. Like there's been a wee bit of debate between us the last couple of weeks about quad dominant squatters versus hip. If you're a medium sort of squatter, because I'm not sure you're not a narrow squatter, but you wear ollies.
Yeah, I'm very quad dominant. I've got extremely strong quads. My glutes and hamstrings are strong, but not as strong.
Right.
And I've always just been comfortable in the ollie. I've messed around. I've tried both, and I can do both all right. But I think naturally I hit a better depth in the ollie shoes.
Right. Okay.
And I think just because my quads are so strong, they tend to suit me. But I have experimented with both.
Well, I've just changed it always just to see how we got on with this build back up. And
you got to take it slowly. I find any, especially if you've been injured like yourself and myself, if you're going to train something, start with light weights.
Then you just go straight in.
You may be at a slightly different angle. You might be going slightly 2 inches deeper than you used to, and you need to build that strength up.
That's it. Slow and steady. It's
Zaki's impressed me, his improvement over the last year.
Very impressive. This is Zaki against Eben. So Eben owns a gym up in Peterhead.
I've met Eben before.
Arena Gym in Peterhead, and Zaki obviously is one of the big Highland freaks that.
I'm liking his pink shorts.
He's lovely.
But he's had a good year.
Zaki's a lovely guy.
I met him at the UK's a couple of years ago, and to see his progress.
Yeah, absolutely. Just that engine. It's like just get that cardio up there a wee bit.
Yeah, the loading's kind of let him down a bit today.
Just a bit. It'd
be interesting to see how he gets on with this. Plenty of power there. It was more than high enough, but again, doesn't go over.
This is it.
Yeah, that's much better. You can feel with Zaki, if someone gets hold of him and really helps him with his training, he's going to be very good.
Well, I think Terry Hollins is doing his programming. He's mentioned Terry a couple of times. So.
Well, he's definitely made progress.
Yeah, definitely.
And these are the kind of events that need that technical skill.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just brute power.
So now we're starting to see the guys getting a wee bit fit. See how quick it just burns you. There's so big Zaki. Is he going to get this one over?
Zaki looks like he's draining a bit.
Yeah, he does. I said that this could be the spanner in the works, this event. See, I'm sure big Tom will throw two over at a time.
Tom's perfect for this event, isn't he? He's got that height, he's explosive.
Big wingspan.
Yeah.
Hey.
You see like Thor on this event, he's unbelievable.
Crazy, yeah.
And I presume that Tom's going to be the same.
Yeah. So that's the last sandbag's 25 kilos, so it's a fair old weight to be thrown 15 feet when you're tired.
It's like a 8-year-old kid, something like that.
Aye. Or a 6-year-old kid if you're in Scotland. We eat everything fried. We were having this debate yesterday. But no, it's a heavy old. If you think if you take a 25 kilo dumbbell out the rack cold and you try and throw that the height of a bus, and do that 3 or 4 times.
This is always a good one to sort of for the average person to try.
Yeah,
because the weights, like a super yoke or something, you can't get under that as a normal person.
No.
But these manageable weights lift, but then you try and throw them, and they only go over their head.
That's it.
And you realise how high these guys are throwing them.
That's what we were saying. Like it's easy for people to sort of, I could manage that. And I think people see like the top guys on the TV making things look easy, and they go into like a strongman gym and it's just like shit. It's like guys that try MMA and then they realise when they're getting pummeled with elbows.
I don't like this anymore.
This is nice.
Everyone wants to be a fighter until they're under until they get choked out or something like that. You get someone like Khabib on top of you.
Yeah, that's it. But it's the same. Like as soon as guys like sort of lift these sandbags or start dragging the chains, and you just slowly see the life like oozing out.
What event did you always find the worst?
Fucking shield carry, man. It's just like that's Satan's work. Even like if you're up first, that's horrible. But
it is a horrible event.
I must admit, I'm not a lover of the arm over arm.
No, I don't like the arm over arm either. It's weird. I don't mind like a heavy arm over arm.
Aye, that people can't move and you can move a couple of inches.
But a lighter one where they're.
I could have finished it, but I don't know. I'm conserving my energy.
I hate the duck walk as well.
That's
if you've got big legs, you just end up with these horrible bruises on you. You walk like an idiot.
It's like you've got the high heels on that strap up.
Yeah.
But we'll leave that there. So what would you say your best event? Still your yoke, would you say?
I think the yoke, even though I injured myself on it at Worlds.
How ironic was that? You had me emotional, by the way, on that video.
I was a bit disappointed with that.
But your prep was, see when I had like
I felt really good.
Would you say that was the best shape you'd been in?
For a long time. It was definitely the best shape I've been in for a long time. I had a tough group, but I knew I could get through.
Good events,
and then I messed up the first event, and then we had such a big long gap.
Yep.
And we were told to warm up, and then you're waiting around. You're told to warm up again, and you sort of.
I think
it's just so stop-start there. I prefer now the one-day shows where you warm up and you get on with it then.
Yep. I think you probably brought a few things to light that were needing addressed. It's just a shame you had to have a surgery to.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, like the Worlds, there's some brilliant people that work on the show, but they're all in different groups and don't communicate with each other. So I'd still like to have a chat with the people in charge and.
I mean, although
some suggestions.
It is entertaining and it is entertainment, we need the crowd, but you need to. It is an athletic pursuit as well.
How many great shows have we got now where we have amazing crowds? And it's a great show, and we can still get on with it.
That's it.
And World's Strongest Man has the potential to to be the best show by a long
That's
way.
it. And I mean, like, a lot of guys have to work. Not everybody's going to make 100 grand a year competing in strongman. So then you take your injuries.
Very few are making that kind of money. It's
you then take the injuries though into everyday life. Like you've got small kids, you work. It can be difficult.
Yeah. But I'm definitely going to keep competing. I'd like if World's Strongest Man make a few changes, because I genuinely love strongman.
Yep.
And I think it can be such an amazing show. I think we've got to get with the times now. You know, World's Strongest Man being aired 9 months after it's done.
No, the Americans, they're like a month later.
Yeah, they've already had it shown in America, whereas we're still waiting until Christmas over here. And I know it's some people like it's
symbolic at Christmas, but
people watch TV in a different way now. Everyone watches YouTube and Netflix and stuff like that.
I think as well before World was always September.
Yes, it was.
So it was kind of just you were just waiting a couple of months.
These two lads look pretty
explosive. We've got Jamie Gorian, who's a master as well. Jamie's
powerful throws. He's already on to the last one.
And then we've got the new guy, Michael, I think it is. So we've got big Jamie.
Can you get the last one?
Ooh. Surprised a few guys, but that was really quick for Jamie.
Yeah, he got through 3 really now.
Yeah. He's just got his angle just to a T here. 25. Jamie's suffering he's quite a few injuries as well, so just hopefully it'll not affect him too much. The big man. Oh, it's Matthew. I thought his name was Michael.
But you can see how the power just drains really quickly after a few throws.
I would probably just take a couple of seconds and that adrenaline's flying away. You've only got a certain window.
And a lot of these guys, I guess, is their first sort of...
It's his first show, so he would just be... You could probably come back tomorrow and he'd still be...
Throwing it. I remember those days.
They're short-lived, eh?
Yeah. You realise you're wasting a lot of energy here doing nothing.
That's it.
There's Graham Hicks over there, Britain's Strongest Man.
We were with Hicksy yesterday.
He's looking huge right now.
He's 160, he was saying.
I went and trained with him a few weeks, training for big dogs.
Yep.
And he's looking strong right now.
He's buff at the minute. Saying he hardly eats.
Sorry?
Says he hardly eats.
He says a lot of crap.
Well, we had one of the protein queens, wee truffles, and he couldn't finish it.
She makes some good stuff.
She does. Yeah, absolutely. But he couldn't finish his wee truffle, so finally someone I could beat Hicks in truffle eating comp.
Excellent.
So we've got Lewis Mccluckey, who's a former 105 Scotland's strongest
He's put on some beef.
And then we've got Lewis Jack, who's relatively new.
I met Lewis, he was at the UK's, I think.
That Lewis Mccluckey. That's Lewis Jack. Yep, Lewis is a multiple 105 champion up here. Lewis Jack, still relatively new. Hit a 360 yesterday, was going for 380, just missed it. So it was only like his second or third comp, so potential. Says he'd just be happy to get top 10. I was speaking to him earlier, so I think that's definitely.
For some of the guys, it's all a learning curve at the moment. You know, we know that the Stoltman brothers are head and shoulders, I would say, above everyone else.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But they've really brought the whole standard up in Scotland.
Absolutely, 100%. Oof.
Looking powerful.
Oh,
this is brilliant.
Good. This is looking good.
Yes!
Lovely.
Is that the first one?
That's the first man to get them all over.
That was really good.
Brilliant. It looks like he's maybe had a wee bit of a practice with him.
Yeah.
Definitely in your best interest to spend a wee bit of money to get the sacks. You know.
Yeah, if you can have the equipment to train on, it makes a huge difference.
It's like night and day.
Like I said, it was never a great event for me, and I sort of started training on them. Suddenly improved really quickly.
Well, you probably find that the power's there, it's just the technique you need to. That's just as important. It's like strength and fitness in this game. If you're, they've all the strength in the world, but if you're mega unfit, you're going to struggle in a few of the events.
That's the difference with strongman and powerlifting. You know, powerlifting is just about one rep. Whereas with strongman, there's so much variety of events, and
it's so difficult to who's the strongest. That's what we were saying. Does it go by the biggest weights lifted, the most amount of titles won, because everything changes so
It's
much.
a battle, and it's a fun conversation, you know. But I you know, maybe I'm biased, but I think strongmen are the strongest guys on the planet.
I would be inclined to agree with that.
I think that, don't get me wrong, there's some incredible powerlifters, incredible weightlifters.
You never see him coming into strongman and dominating it.
No, I think most top strongmen could go to a powerlifting comp and do well.
Yeah,
I don't think all top powerlifters would necessarily do well to the same level.
But I remember Vlad Alhadzov, that's got the biggest raw squat.
Yeah.
He done the Super Series in 07 and just crashed and burned.
Yeah.
So we've got Ronald against Beefy. I think Beef was actually PT in Ronald at one point.
Yeah.
I think so.
So 4 in 14-ish seconds, I think, is the lead so far.
I would, well, yep.
I think that's what I heard Andy say.
So we'll see what's.
Nice start for both the lads.
It's looking good. And that 15-foot platform's no joke.
No, it's definitely high. They're both doing well. Into the last one.
He's nearly there.
Yeah, I think take a breather.
This is Ronald tore a pec here a couple of years ago. Oh, Beefy's there as well. See, they're starting to get lower and lower.
That power's starting to drain.
That's it.
That explosive power goes very, very quickly.
It does.
He's trying to get a crowd up. He's looking for some inspiration. Now, he's been so close on 2 attempts. And you see some competitions, it would have gone over us for some people. You see, it kind of holds on the top and then
sometimes
it'll flop over, sometimes it comes back.
Oh, Beefy, he looks like he's got the height, it's just. Ronald still.
I tell you, watching the really top guys on this, so say someone like a Brian Shaw,
yep.
They don't always kind of give their whole power on that first throw. They sometimes just do enough to get it over and save energy as it gets heavier.
You've seen some of Thor's throws, it was like 8 feet past the and it's again, it's burning up a lot of energy.
Just so you know, folks, quickly, Grand Drivers get 15.5 points, Zaki's get 35, Egan's get 19.
So, putting all these bags over is huge points. That's what we were saying to the guys yesterday. You know, you could win the deadlift or win this. It's the same amount of points at the end of the comp. So, you're putting that 4th bag over now. We're realising this is going to be huge points.
Ragnar 42 and Luke Stone 52 points. I hope that helps. Now it is Mikey Wilson versus
This is my wee training partner coming up.
It's your training partner, is it?
Mikey Wilson. So we had
Has he been able to train on this?
Yes, we built a similar contraption and bought some sandbags.
Scott's well built for this.
Scott's my boy as well, like a big shout out to Scott.
Yeah, I've known Scott for a while.
Yep. I'll keep quiet here.
Scott's got a good frame for this type of event.
Nursing a small injury this year, so trying to keep Mikey relaxed as well.
You get nervous.
Stuart will be talking to him and it's like double dutch.
Learning to cope with nerves, it takes time.
That's what we were saying, it's like trying to channel that energy. But hopefully he gets a few across here.
Who have successfully completed the 4 sacks. Scott and Mikey are leaving nothing to chance, grabbing a right good feel for sacks.
Right now, even just a steady 4 will be points.
So let's see, will it be Mikey or will it be Scott?
He's just needs to relax. Mikey, fuck.
Plenty of height there.
Too much height, not enough trajectory. Starts on the second one.
There you go, that's better.
Come on.
Scott going nicely this side.
The guys are more focused on getting the 4 over for the big.
Here he is.
Oh. So that trajectory is so important. You miss one, it just drains you.
does.
You waste time.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's see it, Mikey, come on!
Oh. See Scott bending his elbows and wrists there, losing some height.
Oh. Come on, Scott!
Scott's not using his height. He's a tall lad. He needs to be extending up higher. He's bending the arms, bending the wrists. Oh, unlucky. Come on, Mikey. Come on, Scott. Keep that. Too snatchy. Oh. Do you know what? If Mikey didn't make that mistake on that first one, he may have got all 4. He just that one rep.
I'm hoping that's not cost him too much. He come for top 4 this year. He was 5th last year, so
okay.
That's what we're saying. It's that sort of a competition where so many things could go wrong.
Yeah, events like loading, throwing, they're events that,
even pressing medleys.
it's not like a deadlift where you can or can't do it.
That's it.
There's so much, and stones as well. There's so much room for error, mistakes.
Even just no locking that.
I mean, honestly, like I think Tom's one of the best loaders in the world.
Yep.
And he just had a slight fumble on one event, and Nukes slipped in and got him.
And it's at a Scottish level. It's not like
He's not so heavy, so in terms of top level, that it's easy to make just a little slip.
So Ryan Reid has got in between the Stokemans for the loading there.
Wow.
So that's Tom and Luke joint on points.
This will be interesting to see. I think Tom is so well built for this type of event.
Yep.
And John, you gotta love John.
Oh, John's amazing.
How old's John now?
87. John will be in his, I think, 42, 43 now.
Yeah, he's got to be. Oh, Tom is launching those. Look how far they're landing back. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on, Georgia.
Come on, John.
Let's go, John.
Look how far those sacks landed. That's insane. One more attempt, John, come on. He's lost the power now.
Oh, nearly.
That's crazy.
That's like 10
It's going to
meters.
take
What?
some performance to beat that.
I can't see that being beat.
No.
Luke will try though.
He will, yeah. So what events have we got after this?
We have the duck walk and chain drag, and then we have the stearns. Okay. We had 5 events that obviously deadlift was yesterday. Yeah. This is event 3. So shut up, Andy.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final pairing. These guys are the only 2 men that can stop Tom Stop and winning this event.
That's going to be a hard thing to do.
Yep.
5-time Scottish champion. And this man over here is Ryan Reid, who's also really good. He's not one Scottish man 5 times yet. So guys, show some love for Edmonds, Ryan Reid.
Ryan's really consistent. He's really fast.
to get between the Strongman and Gorgon is impressive.
Absolutely.
This will be a crucial moment to see if Luke Strongman is going to take his title back off his baby brother. 11 seconds is the target.
11 seconds is Tom's time. This is going to be extremely hard to beat. And you can see the distance. That's going to cost him. There you go, that's better. Ryan's going really well. Oh, well done.
Come on, Ryan.
Unlucky. Do you think the pressure of how good Tom's performance was there maybe made Luke try a little too hard?
Maybe, I mean,
yes. Well done.
That could be the bag that secures him a podium place, by the way.
I think so.
It could, and that's a big scalp to take a world's strongest man athlete.
For your information, Lewis Jack was the first man to do this in 14 seconds.
Oh, there's Lewis as well.
11 seconds, and then due to a small mess up, Luke Strongman was only able to get third place on 18 seconds.
I think that is
that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Luke to beat Tom now. Tom's an
Tom's bad at the Tom's not very good at the stones though, so
he's rubbish at stones.
He might get caught there.
I think he's up there with the absolute best in the world right now.
Yeah, I've seen Thor lifting his 225 and Tom's repping that, so
yeah, Tom's really performed exceptionally well on stones the last particularly this last year. He's always been good at them, but he's sort of stepped up another level. And Luke's a great stone lifter, but he'll almost look pedestrian compared to Tom, I think.
As will a lot of people, I think.
I mean, is it 205 kilo last stone? That's a heavy stone for compared to some of the weights of this comp. That's a heavy last stone.
Aye, they're still kind of a wee bit.
Well,
Scotland's strongest man. It's kind of some of it's there and some of it's still a wee bit like.
Well, the overhead medley was a little lighter than you'd say get in like a high level comp.
Yeah.
But that stone run is same as a Giants Live stone run.
Oh, the deadlift. I mean, 420. That's just as good as
the numbers yesterday were crazy on the deadlift.
The weights that they're loading are spot on. The duck walk and drag, I would say, is pretty decent. So the stones, just that press. Maybe just because it's a medley, and I don't know. But maybe Stuart's thinking along the lines of, if there's only 2 or 3 guys completing it as well. So.
And that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's not world's strongest man. You don't want everyone failing everything. You know, you've
got quite a big gap as well between the top guys that are full-time professional strongman here now, and guys that are
Tom and Luke are 2 of the best in the world right now. Top 10 in the world perhaps right now. And then you've got guys that are new to strongman in the same competition.
Yeah, that's it.
You have to get that balance right.
The strongest are still always going to usually win, so. Yeah.
Andy's throwing t-shirts.
So obviously since the injury and that was, what you've been up to, you're still PTing and stuff like that?
I do a lot of online coaching, so if anyone's after a coach.
So how could people hit you up, as they say?
If they go onto my website, which is lawrenceshahley.co.uk, there is a coaching option on there.
lawrenceshahley.co.uk.
Yep. Or contact me through Instagram or Facebook. But going through the website is the best way. So training a lot of people, enjoying that. Really love helping people get better.
Brilliant.
And obviously, I've got a lot of experience that I can give.
Absolutely.
Not just in terms of training, but competing as well, coping with the mental side of things. Because a lot of people struggle with that.
Absolutely.
They sort of get into it and they don't realise how mentally tough the lifestyle can be.
That is. It's right. It's a lifestyle.
Yeah. But other than that, I'm doing some arm wrestling.
I'm
started arm wrestling. I've been going about 2 months now.
Is that with Mr. Pickup?
I've spoken to Neil a little bit, and he's invited me up there. I'm going to definitely go up and
Neil's a good guy. Lee.
He's a great guy, and he's an amazing arm wrestler.
Yeah.
But no, the club I'm at in Swindon is one of the top clubs in the country. Actually,
Right.
We've got some great guys in there that have all competed at European and world level. It's quite funny. I thought I'd go in there. You know, being a big, strong guy, I was expecting them to want to show me up, but they're brilliant. They're just really helping me improve week in, week out, and every week I'm improving very. Obviously, I've got the strength. You know, years and years of doing strongman, I'm already strong, but there's so much technique to it, and there's so much kind of like weird types of strength that as strongmen we don't really kind of think about.
Yeah.
But I'm loving it. I feel like a beginner again, so it's exciting and it's fun.
The technique.
But honestly, you know, I'm going against guys half my size.
Yeah. And they just cream you. It's horrible.
You know, I'm starting to get better now, and each week I'm getting stronger and stronger, and I'm starting to beat them a couple of times. But yeah, there's guys half my size. You look at us and you'd be like, "There's no way that little guy could beat that big guy."
You'd be surprised.
And they destroy you.
You've got the back pressure.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you've done a little bit of arm wrestling.
Me, oh really? I mean, we've done arm wrestling at the UK's in 2011.
Yeah.
I got to the final of that, and it was a guy, Liam, had beat me, but he'd said he'd been training with Neil.
Yeah. Honestly,
yeah.
I don't think arm wrestling's a good event to do in a strongman competition.
No, I was quite.
It's very dangerous, and you get two big, strong guys going at each other.
Well, my first guy was Paul Carter.
Yeah.
So you could imagine how I felt walking up looking at him.
But the thing is, we're all so big and powerful, but if you don't know how to kind of bring your arm down and where you're putting pressures, you can. That's when people break their arms.
Well, that's it. I mean, that's what they're saying a lot is back pressure. And
it's learning to kind of use your whole body into the movement, coming backwards rather than to the side.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like just pushing your arm to the side.
It's pulling people apart.
You know, everyone's seen the Mega Man against Magnus Samuelsson.
So it's funny you should say that, because Magnus was the referee that year.
Was he?
And I kept trying to cheat and slip above the knuckle.
Because
he was straight across.
Yeah, you got to have the thumb knuckle show.
Yeah, that's it. Aye.
But it's all about leverage and you know, getting on top of the hand. You know,
we've all seen the Mega Man video.
It was fun watching Lalas against Eddie. At Europe's. That was good. But I mean, Lalas, people don't know, is a former European champion. You know,
he just looks like somebody that would just rip your arm off and beat you.
I kind of messed around with him backstage, and you know, his wrists,
some power,
forearm, and you know, his hand strength is crazy.
Yeah.
But you know, the higher up the level you go in arm wrestling, it becomes very technical and different types of strength.
You see guys like Devin Larratt, who's kind of like the arm wrestling royalty. Some of his training method are just crazy, with like the big bits of pipe, and then you get like the big genetic freaks like Sablenkov and guys like that are just crushing walnuts.
I know, it's insane. They're strong guys as well, you know. The top guys are strong.
There's a big Georgian guy as well.
Levin, I think his name is.
Something like that. It's like a Russian sort of.
He's about 170 kilos, looks like a bear.
Big boiler.
Yeah. And then there's some good ones out there.
Yep.
Michael Todd, he's kind of one of the top guys right now. He's got a big match coming up.
Is he a Brit?
No, he's American.
Yeah.
He's there's a few. The thing with arm wrestling is a bit like a lot of sports these days, boxing, etc. There's different federations, and it's hard to always get the very best guys going up against each other. But it's I enjoy it anyway. So because you know I've done strongman and I love strongman so much. But it's nice having a different kind of challenge, and there's still things that cross over, like the grip training and your hand strength. And I've always liked grip stuff.
Yeah, you've always
been pretty strong.
You had the record for the was it the triple hub?
The two-handed pinch.
Yeah, 118 you done?
Yeah, two-handed pinch to 118.
I remember trying to get to that and failing miserably.
Yeah, no, I've always just like messing around with the grip stuff. It's just
a lot of the sort of really top grip guys like Felix and Andres Muramets, if you remember him. A lot of them say that they didn't use the captain's crush gripper because they felt that was kind of counterproductive.
The grippers, they're a bit of fun, but there's no real crossover into holding bars. If you think in terms of strongman, you need to be good at holding thick bars and just holding onto like farmer's walks or grip holds. So a captain of the crush gripper has no crossover into that type of strength. A gripper is probably better for an arm wrestler who needs that kind of finger strength.
I remember the bench monster, the guy Ryan Kennelly.
Yeah,
he used to train the grippers a lot to squeeze the bar and then break it to keep his elbows in. He says the harder you could squeeze that bench press bar, it activates your triceps and then you break the bar to keep it and then spread the bar. So he sort of used them. Man down.
Being attacked.
There's one still facing up at the sky. You notice like a lot of the bigger benchers, like your Mendy and Eric Spotto and that are sort of transferring into arm wrestling and that as well.
I think Spotto came from arm wrestling, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
Yep. He was an arm wrestler first.
They've usually got good tricep power.
So there's a wee bit of carry over into the. But let's be honest, I've never met a world class bencher with like under a 21-inch arm that's not completely yoked in the upper back and the forearms and that. They've usually got like an 18-inch forearm as well.
You know, you see all the top benchers, they're huge.
Yeah. It's like a different sort of shape to like a longer deadlifter or a fat squatter. You usually see.
Yeah, no. I've always been a more natural squatter and deadlifter, but I like bench. It's just I'm not very good at it.
It's maybe the long, but as you're saying, a lot of it could be how you're built in that as well, though. But you tend to find a lot of the big squatters like bench, maybe didn't like deadlift. A lot of the deadlifters.
It's very rare you find someone good at all three.
Yeah.
I think like Hicks going into powerlifting is someone who's exceptional, who's good at all three lifts.
Absolutely.
Eddie is obviously good at all three, but most of us are kind of good at two of them.
Yeah.
I'm a good squatter and deadlifter. You get someone like Luke Stoltman, for instance, a good squatter and a good bench presser. He's not such a good deadlifter.
You see them though, like when Luke, his arms, when he pulls the deadlift, he's way up at his nuts, whereas some guys are just above
Adam Bishop, he's a good, he's an amazing deadlifter, decent squatter, not such a good presser again. You know, and it kind of goes around in those circles. It's very, very few people that are really exceptionally good at all three.
That's what we're saying to Colin. You're either a puller or a pusher.
Often, a
lot of the time. Because even Big Z, like 228 log, 460 squat, I think he's done, 440 deadlift. When he says deadlift's weak, I wouldn't say it to his face anyway, but it's weaker than.
He's not a natural deadlifter. That's what he said to work. He's certainly not weak by any means.
No, definitely.
But it's not a natural movement for him.
Because that's what we were saying. But like Big Terry, I think his first session he pulled like 260 and then 360 like 8 months later. I'm sure.
Terry's progression was crazy. I remember
Terry just had the genetics. He's just like a big.
I've said this many times. I think he's one of the most gifted men I've ever met.
I would say so.
You know, just genetic wise, his transformation was absolutely incredible.
If it just come down to just genetics alone, I think Terry would have a few world's strongest man titles under his belt. Like, but sometimes like injuries in life and stuff, it just
and you know whether. For some people, whether it's worth kind of committing that much to some people it's not. We don't get the money of say like NFL in strongman.
Well, that's it. And
you've got to kind of weigh up what's
Terry's always made it known as well. He likes a couple of pints with the boys and stuff.
I think these days he stopped drinking, but and his transformation into bodybuilding was
he looks phenomenal though, to be fair. He looks absolutely phenomenal.
It'd be interesting to see how he progresses back into strongman and what he wants to do, but I think he's just enjoying it.
That's it. And sometimes that takes the.
I think both of us we've been around for so long that now it's just about having fun, and we're still good enough to compete. We might not be sort of winning against the likes of Kiliaskowski, who's young and hungry and looking to really challenge, but we can still hold our own.
That's it.
If you're still enjoying it, then why not?
No, that's it. And he struggles with his deadlift, so he's not the complete package yet. So
we're kind of glad that he's not such a good deadlift, because if he could deadlift, we'd be screwed. He's an incredible athlete, that guy. Really incredible.
You would think the way he's built, he would be a better deadlifter and not such a big presser.
Yeah, he's not even kind of built badly for it. It's just something's not firing there, some kind of leverage issue.
Yep.
I mean, again, he's not a bad deadlifter.
No, I mean he's 400.
It's just the standard of deadlifting now is so high. I think that people don't realise how impressive a 420 deadlift is. You got Eddie who did that 500, and then people are just like, oh, so who's going to do 500 next? It's not that easy. You don't realise how impressive that lift was.
It's like next sort of.
People will get there eventually, but it was such an impressive lift. It kind of jumped up so much on what the world record was that it's going to take time for people to catch up. And
I mean, even Thor's like 472 or whatever with that elephant bar.
Yeah.
To put 28 kilos on a 472, people just didn't understand.
I went 400, 410, I jumped from 410 to 430.
Yep.
And then I went 430 to 432 and a half, then 433, then 435, and that level it gets harder and harder to increase.
I remember your 432 and a half. I pulled 350 and I remember it nearly killed me, and then you and Terry just, it was the one with the big wide frame as well.
Yeah,
350. That was geez, that was it, and that was, they took 2 events away that day. They took the dumbbell and they took the loading.
It was a shame. Yeah, there was obviously a number of issues that day.
Yeah, well, we're speaking about the guy that had the young guy that had the heart attack, and Colin was saying that he just met him not so long ago at an Anthony Joshua fight.
Oh,
he was one of the security guards.
Really?
So we were saying it was Dave Beattie that saved his bacon that day.
Dave's a good guy.
Yeah,
he's always great to have around.
but no, I mean,
Was that the last time you competed at the Brits?
Yeah, unfortunately, the next year I suffered a ruptured pec, and then the Stoltmans entered, and then it was game over.
Yeah.
So we've got Callum pimping out a few pre-workouts here.
Pre-workouts to do the commentary.
That'll keep me up for days with the smell of that, Callum.
So what have we got?
Right, so we've got some pre-workout, some intra, which will be coming away with me. Don't know if you could. I'm no great with these cameras. So Callum was, obviously you've got defeat, destroy, devour as the.
So you got destroy there.
Yeah. So
I got defeat.
right.
Creatine, beta-alanine, and alpha GPC.
Okay, so that's his pre-workout. I've got the intra, and he's got a post-workout as well. We're talking about some protein powder.
You got one of the cameras.
One of them's up the way, Callum.
There's a camera pointing to the ceiling somewhere. There's a camera just pointing to the ceiling. I'm not sure. Oh well.
We'll make it work. We'll make it rain.
It's Graham Hicks with his little one over there. How you doing, mate? Good. How's the little one?
That's
pre-workout.
a jelly shot for you.
I wouldn't give it to her.
So is this, what one's
what's the pink one? Is that the pre-workout?
Are we allowed to open these, Callum?
I'm using a single shot pre-workout.
And this is the intro.
Last thing about the intro is it's like a pineapple flavour because it's got coconut water, it's like a pina colada.
Okay.
If you like pina colada, that's a song. So what is this? Are we taking these away to try, Callum, or?
What's that?
Are we taking these away to try them?
We'll negotiate.
Tries a hard bargain.
It's not officially released yet.
So I'll be with the first man in Britain to the guinea pig. Right, so Cerberus were saying
I'll try some workouts with these this week.
So they're saying that they've brought the pre, the intra and the post, and they're moving into protein as well, so it would just be like a lot of your, the intra is kind of what I'm interested in. I'm not a massive.
Are you a big kind of supplement guy?
No, food, man.
Yeah,
Food.
I'm the same. I'd rather focus on food.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously we shouldn't be saying that, but I'd rather be honest with the people watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
And say food's more. I mean, a pre-workout is a really good product to use, but I wouldn't use it every single session.
No.
I would try and have sessions where you don't use it, and then if you are feeling tired, you've had a rough day at work, you need a kick up the backside.
Yep.
That's the time to use it, or a big kind of you're going for those big lifts or a competition. That's the time I'd use it. I would try and do as many sessions as you can without
it. That's the same like wrist wraps and knee wraps and all that sort of stuff as well.
We've got Graham dancing for us there.
But
I can see you on here.
it's the same with the sort of stuff.
He got his ass in there.
Some size of an arse he's got as well.
He has got a big old ass.
Morecambe booty. With I agree with what you're saying. Like I used the Dorian Yates Knox pump, and one sachet done me for a while, and then it was like I need more and more, and then I just end up getting a sore stomach.
You get kind of like almost like addicted to it. You kind of have to have it. So I think it's good to have workouts without.
Maybe so like maybe if you're going for like a max or a heavy sort of session.
Well, like I said, you know, you're working, you're tired, you know, by all
You
means
have to be
use
careful with a lot of these caffeine-based supplements, with caffeine being a diuretic though as well, and muscle tears and stuff like that.
And also, I mean, I haven't tried this pre-workout yet, but I don't like some that kind of knock you up. Some are so crazy that you can't sleep afterwards.
Nah, that's a no-go.
You know, as a strength athlete, the sleep's important, so having that come down and feeling okay afterwards is important.
So just to stipulate, a good night's sleep is better than a pre-workout. I would say so really. See, sometimes when you're training like your heavy events and that though, because it's dynamic and you're moving, you're using a lot of sugar, the intra-workout. Hi Ellie. How are you getting on? Ninth? Yeah. Oh, brilliant. CrossFit though?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Pepek Namezhnik. That's it. Lord and Charlie, Britain's strongest man.
How you doing? Alright, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Guys, that's awesome.
Brilliant.
Power is here.
I'll catch up with you at the end.
Yeah.
Brilliant. See you later on.
Cool.
Think I lived
Yeah, sleep and food, definitely kind of more important than anything. It's all kind of get the foundations right and then start adding the other things.
Right, absolutely.
Sleep, nutrition, training, they're the most three important things. Then you can start looking at the supplements to add on top of that.
Right.
Make sure your food's right.
So like the sort of stand effort and 99% rule, I found that a good read if you've ever read that.
Yeah, no, I have.
The foundations.
I like his
Brilliant.
stuff actually.
Brilliant.
You know, the vertical diet. And
I kind of I followed Stan before he kind of blew up with all the.
Yeah.
And I think everybody now just thinks, oh, you're listening to him because he trains Thor and Ryan, but it's like no.
Oh, he was a smart guy for many years.
You need to actually give the guy the credit he's due here. But sometimes, like, do you ever feel that during a strongman session, because you're moving a lot and burning a lot of sugar and feel the blood sugar drops and you get the shake? So what would you advise with like an intra workout? I mean, are you a banana man or are you?
Kind of fast acting carbs are always useful, especially in competition and stuff like that. In competition, I struggle to eat proper meals. So I'm I'm sort of like a banana, flapjack, or my kind of main go-to is a packet of Jaffa cakes. Something like that where you just get some energy in you, and that kind of sustains me to get through the comp.
Don't have them on Zadrunas. tends to steal stuff at your dog. Hello, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
We'll just
nice to meet you.
We'll move up. We've got the universe's strongest woman, Emma, joining us here on the podcast. How's it going, Emma?
How you doing? Are you alright?
Good. You need to move your. That's it.
There you go.
You've not got a big beard holding it up there. You enjoying the expo so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's a good crowd.
Who's your money on for
Tom.
Tom.
Yeah.
I think he's in a strong position now.
I would say so.
Yeah,
he's going to be very hard to catch.
His deadlift was so fast yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, I was really impressed by that.
And he's put the work in.
He's really stepped up the last 2 years. Really done well.
And he's only 17, so
it's a tough paper.
Yeah, that's it. So you've been away in Norway competing to this year?
I've been with quite a few competitions recently. So I was in Norway at the IHF final.
So have I got this right? You're the first woman in history to lift the Dinny Stone strapless.
Yeah, that's right.
That's impressive. I've never even tried them.
No,
I've go, but that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's good. So
that was the start of my year, so it started off well.
Brilliant. There's a lot of guys failed.
So what was the latest competition you did?
I did the IHF Scottish and won that with
Is
an
that
11-point
powerlifting?
lead. No, that's the Stones of Strength.
Stones. Right, cool.
So that was at Blair Gowrie Highland Games.
They've got the stone stand up there, so they're becoming a lot more popular up here.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yep.
I heard that Eddie only got 5 stones in the arm layers earlier, is that true?
Eddie,
maybe.
he has suffered my bicep rupture, so we'll let him off.
He's lazier than he used to be. I think he's won everything he wants to win now. He can take it easy. This looks like a heavy drag, to be fair.
It is. It's going to be tough. We had our guys dragging half a ton, so that hopefully they'll be prepped for this.
Footwear is going to be really important. You've got to grip to that
the
floor.
rock climbing shoes maybe would have been a better idea, but
That is I mean, this is the perfect kind of surface to drag on because it does move. But I mean, that outside wouldn't budge.
No. See Stuart Murray's gravelly, horrible gym. It's torture. he spent decades thinking he ways just to break us, to be honest. And you could have like a 200 or 300 kilo chain, which on this would be like glass.
Yeah.
And you take it to Burns Gym, and it's like the atmosphere's different, and there's the gravity it just doesn't. It's horrible. You just feel the hamstrings burning, and
it's a horrible event.
That's what I'm saying with the intra workout. Like sometimes when you're moving with heavyweight, you burn through that fuel so much quicker. So the intra workout would be interesting. I'm going to try and swipe this. I'm going to stick it in my food bag. Yeah, try and get away with it. Don't try and tax it, Emma. I will fight you for it. So what's next for you then, in terms of, is that your season finished though?
Well, I just got invited to World's Strongest Women.
Oh, well done.
In
Is
Florida.
that November?
Yeah,
Right.
but obviously I just got the invite like 2 days ago, so I need to work out funds and things like
So
that.
when's
as
that?
soon as possible. November.
November, so.
In Florida, isn't it?
Yeah.
That should be good.
Yeah, it's quite exciting. Be a good way to finish the year.
Right, so is that your first World's Strongest Woman?
Yeah.
First of many?
Yeah, hopefully.
Aye, brilliant.
It's really good.
That'll be good. Florida as well, it's not like it's some of the countries
Bogner regions.
some of them look horrible.
Yeah.
So it must have been a fair old jaunt. I may have felt sorry for your wife, to be honest, trying to push you up a hill in a wheelchair.
It was our anniversary as well. The day we had to spend the day in an imaging centre getting my foot scanned on our anniversary. Bless her. And then she's pushing. She's only small. She's pushing my big lump around in the pushchair, in a wheelchair.
Must be love.
She's very supportive. I'm very lucky that I've got someone that kind of
Is she
understands.
up with you this weekend? Or?
No, she's got to stay at home with the kids and stuff. I've got to shoot off after this.
Right.
Got a 6-7 hour drive home, but she's up at work tomorrow at 4 or 5 in the morning, so I can't stay over tonight.
You'll know what to stay in Glasgow, mate.
I've been up before. I did a seminar for Andy a few years ago in his gym.
Are you fit? Where are you fit?
I'm from Ayrshire.
Right, that's different.
Yeah. I like Scotland. It's nice. It's good up here. It's sort of, you get past kind of Manchester area on driving up, and then suddenly the scenery improves, and it was quite a nice second half of the journey for me.
So how far are you away?
I'm Swindon, so it's about a 6.5 hour drive from here down south.
That was brutal.
I broke the journey up on the way up. Yeah.
Plenty of food stops.
Well, I trained in Preston.
Right.
Actually, Rhiannon Lovelace's gym.
Right.
She was lifting
What's that,
yesterday.
Chaos?
Yeah, Chaos. Great gym actually, really good.
She just missed that deadlift yesterday.
She
will nail it. though.
She's an incredibly strong girl for her size. This is crazy. I mean, she weighs about 62 kilos, 63 kilos. To lift 600 pounds is.
It moved fast as well
Off the floor, it looked good, yeah. So the next two lads up on this event. So this is by far the duck walk is my worst event. I hate it.
So we've got Grant Drennan against Jace Hasty. So Kelso against Dumfries.
Let's see if they can get this moving now.
I did this event 2 years ago at UK's Strongest Man.
Yep.
And it is just it's a lung buster. It's horrible.
It's horrendous.
I did actually win the event, but I beat Tom. But I think his improvement, I think he's going to be good at this event.
Yeah.
He's got the body weight, he's got the fitness.
Like a big shredded Thor.
Yeah. This is good.
For Grant,
really
he's
good.
looking impressive here.
This is very impressive. Both lads doing well. No giving up. You know how much they're hurting now.
Yep.
This type of event, you start seeing them fall over, their hamstrings just blow up. Come on, all the way.
We've got a few
There
guys
you go, falling on.
I think you've just got to get the break it there. We've got a few guys with hamstring issues this year, so this will be a tough event.
Yeah.
So if Tom smashes this, then it's pretty much wrapped up.
Yeah,
Second title.
He'd need to make a big mistake on this, I think, as well.
I would say
I can't really see it happening.
No.
I just think he's too big, too strong, too well prepared.
Yep.
I think he'll finish it in a good time.
I think a lot of the mental blocks with Tom are away as well.
Yeah, I think for a couple of years there was a lot of pressure on him. Everyone was talking about him being, the next big thing, and there's a lot of pressure with that. And I said it at the time, you got to let him develop, and he
it's like
has.
people were like trying to push him too quick.
Yeah.
But he's been incredibly lucky that he's had Luke there as well.
Yeah, it's great that he's got his
great
brother
for him. So.
And Luke's a great athlete. He gets underrated. He's underrated.
Yep.
People don't realise how good he is sometimes.
Yep. We were saying that earlier on about him. He's working full time, and Colin. I was sort of saying that sometimes I felt like I'm working. Sometimes was an advantage and a disadvantage, because when Luke went away offshore, it almost forced him into no going too heavy all the time, no going balls out every week, and that maybe kept him fresh. But then Colin, nope, you're wrong. So I was right. No, but Colin was just kind of saying that if you want something, you go for it. You didn't do it by half, say so. Which I do. I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
And it'll be good to see him. Luke should have sponsorship to help him. I mean, to be fair. So hopefully something comes of that. He's put the work in. He came into Strongman. He never had any ties. He never had any connections. And he started at the Scotland's Strongest Man qualifier, and he's just worked his way up every year.
5 times champion, isn't he? He's done very well. It's good to see them both doing well at the same time.
Absolutely. There's apart for the Samuelson, there's never. I know
the Lalas brothers are good, but I think it would be Lalas at his best was an incredible strongman.
Yep.
But he's not at his best anymore. No. And Luke and Tom are kind of coming into their prime, really.
Filling that void. Scary to think that Tom could be still 5-10 years off his prime.
He's still how old is he?
25.
Yeah. So as long as he stays injury free.
Well, this is the big. Sometimes if you start early, you finish. I mean,
I know guys that are, like Kevin Nee, for instance, the youngest guy ever to get to Worlds. By 24, 25, he was finished. But I think Tom's got good people around him.
I think there's more education and more knowledge with the internet.
Yeah, definitely.
Go on, Scott.
Go on, Scott.
So am I right in saying that you were a PT in Mr. Milne for a while? I remember him.
I did,
swaggering into my gym, proud as punch with the big Laws training manual.
Yeah, no, he was doing well. I've always got on with him as well. He's a nice lad.
Scott's brilliant.
Can I keep this going? This is looking really fast.
Scott's good at
it. Scott.
It's probably one of his best events is the drag.
Keep it going, come on.
Big Stuart
Almost
just
there.
Come on.
Come on, let's finish it.
Come on, Scott.
Go on, Scott. He's come to a dead stop.
Oh, can he finish it?
Is that white stuff over there, is that chalk or is it talc?
I'm not entirely positive, but Scott really needs this. He really needs to get this done. He
was going so well, and suddenly he's hit
He needs to kind of get the.
Get up, come on.
He needs to get it higher.
He's just suddenly drained. He hasn't finished it, and that's disappointing because he was going really, really well.
Scott's done really well at this event multiple times.
Yeah.
So we've got.
He's going to be disappointed with that.
Yep. So we've. Who's the next pair in? Matthew.
Just resetting over there.
So we'll just get all the measurements. Oh. So hopefully Mikey gets some big points here and gets this finished. I miscalculated his last week of training and I had him pulling 5:30. He actually
that was nice of you.
He actually collapsed and we woke him up and he finished the drag. So I can't see him stopping with this.
Is he kind of like one of those
he's
balls to the wall?
He's a maniac. That's where he kind of just needs to be held back a wee bit.
That's the kind of mindset that sets them.
That's it does. You can't train somebody to be like
it's a good thing. You just need someone controlling it.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're trying.
And then it's like, right now, release it.
That's it.
I always the mindset of an athlete is the most important thing.
Absolutely.
You know, you can all learn how to do the lift, you can learn the technique, but to have that mindset to push yourself when it's hard, you know, you can't do it week in, week out, but you switch it on when you have to.
It's so draining trying to get that angry, and then you're.
Matthew O'Neill, show some love from his good English stadium. And one of the big hot favourites, just after his win in Belfast, show some love from Concordies. Mickey Wilson!
Let's go, Mikey!
Looking good with the duck walk.
Yep. This big guy's keeping up with him. Come on, Mikey, let's go!
Can they finish it?
Come on, Mikey, dig in! Yes. Come on, Mikey, head up! Head up, Mikey! Come on, Mikey, head up! Head up! Come on, Mikey, keep going!
Come on, Mikey, finish it!
Come on, Mikey, head up!
Finish it!
Lean back!
Are they going to get moving again? Oh, Mikey's moving again.
Come on, Mikey! Come on, dig in, Mikey, come on!
That's it, keep moving! Keep moving!
That's it, Mikey, keep going!
Keep it going, come on!
Get the air in, Mikey, come on, head up!
It's a tough event.
Both that are dead.
Right, Mikey, go, come on!
Does Mikey get anything left? Come on!
His grip's gone, he's trying to do everything he can to just lift that chain up.
Mikey, look, your fingers!
Whereabouts did they do the deadlift yesterday?
Just up there.
Just up there,
I think Ryan Reid's going to be his biggest sort of for that fourth place spot, I think.
Ryan's quite a light athlete, isn't he?
Yeah. John Pollock's going to come back strong as well.
John's one of the most gutsy guys you'll ever meet. I love watching him.
that's him and Mikey are quite similar in that respect. They're just a wee bit of a screw loose, I think.
I think for this sport it helps. You know, you wouldn't be normal doing this stuff.
No. Yeah, you could think of better ways to spend your Saturday afternoon.
4 pairings left. 4 pairings
That's all we've got.
Only Grant Jenny from the Fries.
Let's finish that.
The closest has been Scotland.
Mikey, we've been training with like a sledge because we were told it was going to be in a cage. So we've never used the chain.
See, it takes 3 guys to put it back.
Yep. That guy at the back's leaving. He's just
I'll tell you what, sometimes the loaders and spotters, they don't get enough credit.
We were saying
It's
that
one of the
yesterday.
hardest jobs.
Yep, absolutely.
And you know, they don't stop working all day long.
It's funny because when you're first into the sport, it's like, well, I'll help you load, I'll help you, and then you're just
I'd
like,
much rather compete than load.
And see, in Scotland, it's the same guys that come back year after year to load. I think it's all
without them it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You know, they're good lads.
I didn't think Stuart gives them a choice. I think it's like, right, I've got your t-shirt and
you're doing it, right? This flooring as well, it's quite slippy. I'm just kind of putting my feet on it now, and it's not the grippiest floor.
It would be, if I was competing, it would be laced in sweat. Oh, honestly. These guys are looking good. So I think Chris actually PT's Ronald.
Yeah, you said he's getting rid of the belt.
Chris has got a baby on the way. Well, his missus is just behind us, so
that changes things up when the baby's going on.
I think that's his number 2. So she's due any moment. So
such a common thing to see on this type of event, them falling back on their backsides. Actually, doing it in the UK a few years ago, I fell on my backside, my shoe came off, everything.
Losing your shoe.
Oh, can he get it finished?
This is good. Come on, BC.
Keep moving.
Keep it going. Come on.
This is, see that chain? I hate the chains.
Because they're so thick, they take it out of your grip very quickly.
It's trying to get your hand.
I think the best way to change is one hand on the middle link. Well, you need strong hands for it.
I've had took my hands out and burst nails and burst fingertips.
Yeah.
They're squeezing it so hard that's.
You can just see them on their knees, exhausted.
That's how Stuart Murray.
Yeah.
That's how Stuart Murray likes his men, but I better not. That sounds a wee bit.
Yeah.
Well done, Beefy.
Let's see if John Pollock can turn on the madness.
Yep.
I love watching John.
If the hat goes on backwards, that's the turbo charge.
He's going over the top.
That's it. It's like the Ultimate Warrior's face paint.
How old's John? He's got to be mid-40s, isn't he?
I think so. Although he says I look older than him. He must be. Well, he's a master, so he's over 40. But he was like late 30s when he came into the sport. So
yeah, that's the thing. You get a lot of people asking, is it too late to start at 37, 38? You got John doing it. Mark Felix didn't start until he was 37.
Nick Best was 36.
And the thing
Mark Westerby.
Yeah,
he was a big old laddie.
Yeah, so you can't always just worry about the youngsters.
Oh, definitely. And a lot of the older guys, when they start, maybe last, they've not got as much mileage, the wear and tear and stuff like that as well. So, come on, John.
Go on, John. You can't help but like John, can you?
John's brilliant.
Oh, the hat's gone backwards as well.
That's it, told you. That's it. Jamie, your goose is cooked. Mate, she has a wee bit, but I'm trying to tell her to calm down.
Can I get a word in edgeways?
For us, it's a critical event for both these athletes. James having his best performance ever, I think. He's 13 at Scotland's strongest man, and John is at the hunt for that podium place. So guys, would you be so kind to show up?
The fact that John's got such a physical day job as well, it's just testament to how tough he is as well. There's no many guys work 10 hours laying slabs and then go and train, and
not at all.
Away from grand training, the only man to finish this course.
Oh, John's off at a rocket.
Both off fast.
Jamie's keeping a good pace here. Two guys over the age of 40 there.
Are they both over 40?
Yeah. This will separate the men for the boys though. John looks like he could do that in his sleep.
Keep it moving, John.
Go on, John. So you training with John Emma?
No, I've trained him on most.
All right. Go on, John. Come on, John.
Is he going to finish?
Yes.
Well done.
Come on, Jamie.
Jamie just suffering for a lot of injuries and that this year as well. He's all taped up underneath and he just keeps going though. He's like the Terminator.
Come on, Jamie.
This will be good. Ryan Reid is very quick.
Who's John?
Ryan Reid against
Luke Stoltman.
Oh,
This will be one where Ryan could maybe push him. Maybe in the drag, obviously Luke's got the extra
body
timber,
weight, yeah.
but Ryan he's really fit.
I think it'll come down to the
So,
drag.
John is now in the lead.
Yeah.
30.
And then
6 seconds.
I think Luke should pull this quite comfortably.
I think so.
Grant Brennan held that lead for a considerable period of time. But he still
Then it'll be Zaki and Tom, I would
And
imagine.
there's only 4 athletes that can take the event win away from John Pollock. Ryan Reid has been exceptional today, not put a foot wrong. He's back from a big hamstring injury, and it looks like he's back. 2 hamstring injuries. 2 hamstring injuries, and it looks like he's back to great form. He's great in sandbags. Great loads and a fantastic day. And over this side, ladies and gentlemen,
This is the second last pair in, and then it's onto stones.
Jp knows that not only does he have to do this faster than John Paul, he needs this event win to get into the stones with a chance of taking this title back. So guys, we've got 2 pairings left. SFN has been an incredible day here in Glasgow. Show some love, please, support for Ryan Reid from Edinburgh.
It's been good support around the Strongman area all day, hasn't
It's
it?
been brilliant.
The 5-time champion needs all your support here as he wants his title back. Show the love for Luke Stoltman. 33 seconds is the time to beat.
This will be good.
Yep. No flukes away to a flyer.
Luke's fast here.
Ryan's not far behind. Come on, Ryan!
Ryan making up that time quickly though. Oh,
Let's get it moving. Can they finish it?
Luke's got the team.
this is going to. Oh, Ryan's just he's staying with him though.
Come on, Ryan.
Ryan's just kind of burning a wee bit there, but looks, is he going to go in one go?
Can he finish it?
Big old hands on
I
it.
stopped.
Shows you how tough this event is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, Ryan.
Well done, Luke. Come on then, Ryan.
Go on, Ryan.
Come on, Ryan. Get it moving again.
I mean, Luke probably has what, 50 kilos on top of Ryan.
And then some.
This is a good performance.
That's just in his hair.
Come on, let's finish it.
Go on, Ryan.
Ryan kind of needs this for the point. There'll be a few points.
Finish it, Ryan, come on!
That's what Ryan's going that day.
It's not the best event if you're suffering a hamstring tear, to be
No.
fair.
No, it's very hamstring
Yep.
heavy. They just blow up on it, and it's a horrible feeling.
Up until was Jonathan Paul of 33 seconds. Luke Stoltman did it in 34 seconds. John Paul starting the lead for. Now see,
I've never seen so many guys get in between Luke and Tom before.
Yeah.
this means there's only 2 men.
It just shows the standards improving though in Scotland.
Away from John Paul.
Standard in the UK in general is very high right now.
Yep.
So many good guys and girls. I remember when I started, there was only about 1 or 2 girls competing. Now you've got so many girls in different weight classes.
Has just done a
I thought you maybe would have been lifting yesterday in the deadlift of the Lord.
I did 3 comps in 4 weeks last month, so
Right, we'll let you away with that then.
yeah.
It's important not to compete too much.
Yeah.
No,
You can easily do too many.
Definitely.
I've made that mistake before many times.
I
We've
didn't
got
plan it, it
champions.
just kind of happened that way, unfortunately, but
Let's see.
I managed to sail through, so
That's it. You won 4 out of 3. Alright, so it's Lewis that'll be.
Are you ready to see the final pairing and event number 5? Come on. SFN show some love for the debutant who is having a blender, Lewis Jack.
He says he would be happy with top 10, so
I think that's going to happen.
yeah, I would say so.
Very easily.
Performance, the defending champion, Tom Stoltman. crucial moment and the final placings.
So we'll see how big Tom takes this chain.
2019.
160 kilos to lean into, so
Tom Stoltman coming up now.
he's away with that.
Big man's done it all.
The floor looks quite slippy.
It is.
He's looking good though. There we go, he's into it now.
That's it.
He's also got that height to get more of the chains
Yeah, that's
off.
it. More of the links up. Oh, but Lewis is coming back.
Yes!
Basty's coming back.
He's coming like a train.
Oof.
Oh!
Oh, keep going.
Oh!
Oh gosh, that was some comeback there.
Tom's across. Go on, Lewis.
Can we finish it?
I think maybe Luke might have got him there.
Could be interesting.
Come on, let's finish it.
Come on, Lewis.
Come on, finish it. Oh. Come on, let's finish. What an effort that was.
He came back really well towards the end.
He's flying halfway. It's like the brakes just hitting your.
Yeah.
It's that wall.
So I wonder what weight that is then. But they changed 200. The anchors, I mean, they've welded the pins on to put the plates on. Stuart was saying. I think they've got the weight just spot on though.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I think it was good. Luke Stoltman.
Luke's got it. So Luke needed to win that for an inside chance of winning the title on the Stones.
So did John win that or did Luke win that?
Luke won it, and then
was
John.
second. Oh, so
It's opened it up a wee bit. So now
So Luke has a 1 point lead over Tom.
I think Tom has a 1 point lead. I think.
Paul Stoltman took the deadlift, breaking the all-time deadlift record of 420 kilos. He then took the pressing deadlift in the first event today, which was Luke's banker event. So the all floor.
Aye, Tom won the press.
Yeah, that's right.
But Luke won the loading.
Yeah,
so
it's
they
been a
were,
bit like backwards some of the results and what you'd
aye,
expect.
pretty much every one of my predictions has been wrong, so I'm just going to shut up.
That's just normal now. Anytime I do predictions now, I'm always getting it wrong. But it's good. That's why it's all fun.
Yep.
If we knew exactly what would happen,
Well,
it'd be
that's
boring.
it.
And 11 seconds. And we just saw that Luke Stoltman has won the chain track. So we're going to get the Stones.
Prizes look fantastic from Killer Strength. The trophies from Killer Strength look
They look really good.
Yep.
And there'll be 1 point in the Stones.
They always sort of pull it out the bag with the trophies, like they get better every year, but the axes are lovely. They had the claymores for a couple of years, the big swords, but the axes look brilliant. It's definitely worth fighting a wee bit for one of them, eh?
Definitely.
They got 2 lots of stones, so that's good.
Yep.
Go head to head.
Yeah, head to head.
Ah, that's going to be fun.
Say the Spartan Atlas stones.
Well,
I keep mentioning it every year in this podcast, and I've never had a few freebies yet, so I'm going to stop.
so you've been doing the podcast every year?
I'm always hurt, mate, so it's the only thing I'm. Come here and just talk shite.
It's not a bad gig.
That's all right.
Sometimes it's quite nice just watching.
Well, I always recover for work the next day, funnily enough. So.
Yeah, you can still get up the next
That's
day.
it, aye.
Get on with life.
That's it.
I'm going to go grab some food and a drink.
Right,
I'll
dude.
come back and see you in a bit.
Mind your Jello shot.
What's in this one?
Good. What about you take 4?
As long as it's not pre-workout.
You take 4 and I'll take 1.
I'll be sitting here twitching.
Well, we were just saying that there's Cerberus have brought their pre-workout, their intra-workout, and a post-workout.
So what's in these?
I've not got a clue. I wasn't prepared to. I don't know.
Well, pina colada flavour. That sounds pretty good.
That's my jam, so I'm going to try and take that. back to Kirkcaldy with me. I don't know about the.
Arctic berry.
I kind of try and be careful with like the caffeine-based stuff, but
Yeah.
you can swipe that if you like. I'm sure they won't like.
I don't think it's live, but
It's recorded.
It is recorded. Okay.
So they're just setting up for the Stones. So who's your money on then, Tom?
Yeah, I think so.
You've got to fancy him for, but mind you, I keep getting everything wrong, so. I'm glad they can't see that face on that camera. So for
One, my man, you alright? You winning?
Yeah, I'm good.
So what's your plans for next year then? Are you
Oh, I don't know yet.
just are you into the Highland Games stuff and that as well? Or?
Well, that's the Stones of Strength, so I would like to do it. I've never done like proper Highland Games before, but I would like to give it a go. I had did my first caber toss in Norway. It was quite painful, but I managed to flip it first time.
Did you flip it? Oh, that's good.
So I'd maybe be no bad at it.
Aye, because you always assume that like the caber's for distance, but it's what is it trying to get it at 12 o'clock? Right.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what the plans are for next year. I don't want to do as many as what I've done this year.
You kind of get
Got
to
a bit
that
out of
stage
hand.
where it's quite a lot of money if you're paying it yourself as well with flights and hotels, and you like a couple of weekends when you can just chill as well. Eh?
Yeah, I never get that with the horses. So
Aye.
I'm either competing with the horses or competing
I seen
with
that.
the women.
I remember you saying that. When it was when the last time you were in the Fort William comp. What is it? You train them or?
I've got 11 yards I train and teach. So you're being physical at work and then kicking your ass at this. So you can only do so much.
Aye, that's it. That's what we're kind of the topic to conversation is like not spreading yourself too thin, I suppose, these days as well. Eh? So I think they'll just get straight in because it's 2:30. I think they've got the hall till 4 this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please?
It's quite a fast run show though they do.
Attention, please, folks. This is probably the most important part of the day. Don't worry, Stuart. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done something that Stuart knows nothing about. And this, we commissioned a portrait. Kenny Sound, one of our best ever songwriters, commissioned a portrait to welcome Stuart into the Hall of Fame for his services and contributions to Strongman.
Oh, that's nice.
That's so well deserved.
Godfather of Strongman and Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, he's getting this award from one of the legends, one of the greatest Highland Games athletes of all time, a very old Greg Edwards. So guys, if we so take this call wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this man here. Ladies and gentlemen, show your love and support for the master blaster of Scottish Scotland, Stuart Murray!
Stuart getting a wee bit of well-deserved recognition there for his contributions to Scottish Strongman in general. Stuart's really took Strongman to new levels in Scotland with the arenas, the equipment.
Guys, round of applause for Kenny Sound. Kenny Sound organised it. Kenny's one of our best ever songmen. So round of applause for Kenny Bond. Give me a shot on the documentary that was on BBC this recently. Improve every day. So guys, we just want to...
That's nice to see though that Stuart gets a wee summon out of it as well. I think a lot of people forget Stuart works full time, runs his gym, does all these competitions, referees. Obviously it's quite a lot.
One final round of applause for Stuart Murray, folks. The Godfather of Strength and Scotland.
not tried this yet then?
Oh,
I think that might be the pre-workout.
is it? What is it?
Well, the berry one's the pre-workout, and
no.
pina colada's the intra.
Right. Are we going to go? Are you going to neck it?
I might sip it first.
Right, we'll have a sip and then.
Okay, let's have a sip. It's alright.
Right, will we go for it?
Yeah.
Right, so the cherry bomb versus right, 1, 2, 3.
Damn, I
No, I got done. My microphone got in the road. Shit, I can't even win a shot comp. Well done. Oh,
That's nice though.
I'm not going for another one. I'll be up for days with it.
Go wild and have a pre-workout.
We'll leave the pre-workout for Callum. So the guys just setting up the traditional barrels that we use. What are they, 50 inches? Is it 50, 52?
52, I think.
52. Well, you'll be the expert with all these stones that you're... So the Arblair stones, it's no tacky. Is it like a smooth Atlas, or is it more like a McGlashan stone?
They are smooth compared to obviously in comparison to like the granite stones.
Yeah. And it's seven stones.
I think there's 9 stones.
9.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think Donna Moore's got the female world record, and I think it was 7 stones.
Right. Okay.
I think she got the 8th off the floor though. I've only done up to the 5th. The 6th stone hasn't budged for me yet.
What weight's that?
It's only 107, but it goes from 75 to 107.
Oh, that's quite a big jump then, eh? It's quite a big jump.
So it's really frustrating.
Yeah.
I just tore all my arms on it.
It'll go though. It'll go eventually. You'll get that up there.
Yeah. Tachyon stones are so different from if you've been practicing.
Quite
with
I would imagine quite a big. A higher risk for a bicep tear as well, because it's a wee bit more stress on the tendon.
Yeah, and the barrows are high. You've got to finish your lift. So if you're used to going for loading on a smaller platform, then it's even harder.
Right.
I think Donna had it like up here at one time.
I seen her. What was it? 160. She's put up for a single.
Well, she did the world record at the IHGF in Norway, and it was 162.5 or something. I think it was.
Crazy, yeah.
And it was easy.
That's the thing. It looked like there was a wee bit more in the tank there as well for her. Some of the girls like her. That's what we were saying yesterday. Like obviously yourself included, they're just like freakish. Like when I first started, you know what I sound too. Like you never seen women training like. They thought of my first sort of couple of strongman gyms, like if a woman walked in, it would be like,
what's she doing here?
Is that a man with a wig? But it was just because it was horrible and it was cold and it was just, but now everybody's just kind of, it's good to see though, obviously it's a bit of a change and
I think there's a lot of us that just really want to show the world what women can do, and we're very resilient as well.
Pioneers of the strength game.
And we all feed off each other as well, so if one of us do something, we're like, right, well, what can we do?
I've noticed that with the women, most of them are quite supportive, eh?
Oh yeah, 100%. I've made friends for life.
That's what
some of these competitions.
That's the important thing, because obviously we were saying that yesterday. Strength fades and champions come and go, but if you can look back when your time's finished, because everybody's time comes to an end sooner or later, if it can be filled with sort of good memories, not trying to sound too cheesy, but if you look back and it's just filled with like falling out with people and regret and like bad times, it's what's really the point of that? Everybody wants to win, and I understand it's competitive and you put a lot of time and money and effort into it, but
if you can make friendships along the way,
that's it. The good experiences, you're going to look back and it's going to be nicer than just I fell out with this guy or
and those friendships will still be there when your strength is gone.
That's it. Hopefully. But no, it's definitely the level in Scotland. It's just jumped up so much in the last couple of years. A lot of that is down to like guys like Tom and Luke and that, because they're showing you what's possible. Even like, you know, like a 400 kilo deadlift for a Scotsman, we'll never put that's something like an English guy or an American, but it's like, well, it's possible if you work hard and you're consistent for a long period of time. So I'm imagining it'll be a Stoltman stone run then at the end.
I think so, that'll be good. Everyone loves the Stoltman stone run.
Interesting to see who gets on that third place, if Ryan's going to get Big Zach. So they're saying that John Pollock looks like he's got a good shout at making it onto the podium this year. It's been such crazy events. We were saying that there's so many elements that could have went wrong for people this year with the sandbag throwing and like the pressing medleys and stuff, and there's events where you were expecting people to do really well and they've not, and other events where you think, he'll know, and they've surprised you. So
I think the sandbag throw especially is one that really separates people. Yep,
Lewis Jack's just come from nowhere and just killed that throw and done really well in the drag. It's funny how just one or two really good events can just boost you straight up that pack again.
These two units are rubber bands. The two Invergorgon free shows are head-to-head points. 6 titles between them. It's going to be epic.
So you here supporting anybody or?
Well, when Lewis used to train, he used to train with me, but...
Right, I wondered what, because he just sort of, it's like, he just kind of pops up every now and again.
He's someone that really frustrates me because he could be so good.
He's got lots of potential.
So much potential, but...
his arm over arm last year just...
Oh, that was brilliant.
He just destroyed it,
I know. So I think he'll be feeling it today because he's not been training.
He doesn't. He just looks like his body's here, but well, there they are though.
Yeah.
Hey, we're getting a wee seat. There's no a seat you could sit on my knee.
I'm on the knee.
Does someone want mine?
We've got. Didn't let them take your stuff, Emma. Like fight back. Oh. Will we get them to do the pre-workout shots? Oh Jesus! Boys, that's a step down having used to here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Jerry, don't be like that.
Right, so me and Emma just done a shot. Obviously, I beat her. So pre-workout shot. Pre-workout. All right, didn't spill this on my jeans. They're expensive.
Oh, so they are.
Extra sexy. Right, so we're going to go the two.
Right.
See who you get in that camera there. This is the new Cerberus pre-workout shot.
Cheers.
See what you guys
All
think.
the very best to you.
Slange.
Okay.
Off. You alright? You drunk? Hold them up. Careful, I'll take advantage of you.
I
Like
feel
a
it.
little taste of heaven.
Like it. You'll need to get that. See that thick woodland beer.
And then
That's better.
Very
What do you
tasty.
think of the new pre-workout by Cerberus?
I think it's very tasty.
That's my intra-workout, so
It's
then they'd be
intra.
trying to take that away with you.
I like the intro. I think you could drink.
Clinical dose as well.
It was, yes, it was a shot. So what's been happening with you guys there? I bet you Emma was choking to get away there for about half an hour, and she's just had to listen to me droning on about shite.
Really? You didn't
Well,
do
we've
that.
had excessive amounts of caffeine.
Yeah. Have you?
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to help your cause.
No.
You better keep an eye on your pee, make sure it's clear. I'm all about the health these days.
Are you?
Yep.
Ah, you've gone all zen.
That's it. Herbalife vegan crossfitter. Ooshed.
Ryan, can you scooch up a bit?
Yep.
Because you have plenty of room on the screen.
Oh, Jesus.
Jeez, oh.
Oh, Danny can't hang it on.
Look at that.
So, who's your money on then, guys?
Oh, come on.
Big Tom. Big Tom, the superhuman. I tell you what, he has looked proper world class.
I thought Zaki could have squeezed in between them, but we're not going to see that now.
Zaki's he just blew a wee bit of a gasket there on the cardio.
Do you think pushing for that 400 deadlift yesterday is 10 stone?
Possibly, but I think he'll walk away happy. He's had a podium before, but that's a massive milestone. And to be honest, walking away with just the 400 deadlift, and you could walk away quite happy with that.
Absolutely.
But it's maybe just taxed him. But then again, it was Luke's first 400. He pulled 405, so. You got to
someday a deadlifting yesterday.
Yep.
Brilliant.
There's just been a few of them have made a couple of errors. That floor's really slippy.
You can see that.
Been a few Highland flings.
Chain and the bag. I was watching that bag. It could go in anywhere.
What's that? What one's that?
The bag for.
Yep.
You could see how some were getting right in under there, and then it was going up, and then some were doing the kind of shuffle thing.
It's one of the things I think you've got to train at.
The chain drag is a funny one on a slippy floor.
It is.
But everybody's in the same boat.
They all just sort of hit a brick wall though.
Yeah.
I was happy with Mikey's performance.
Obviously we'll go back to the drawing board. I'm happy how much physically stronger he's got. Just been a few wee things like slipping on the medley and with it, but you can't be too. I think the press, his nervous energy got the better of him. But you know what, Mikey's still learning. He's still only in his 20s. He's only been training strongman for 2 years, 2 and a bit years. So he's got room. He's only 130 kilos as well, so a wee bit more muscle on there for next year. But I'm massively happy with how he's. I said that to him. Didn't think that if you didn't improve for fifth, that you've no improved.
Yeah.
Because you've walked away with a massive PB on the deadlift. You've kept up with the top boys. We've got 3 guys here that are world's strongest man athletes. 2 in the final. So just to be in the mix, he's done really, really well. And it is one of the competitions where you make a slight error and things can. Mikey never trained with a chain either. We were training with like a sledge with a handle on it because we were under the impression it was going to be a cage that you were dragging. So it is a wee bit slightly different, but
it's good though. It's competition day. It's competition day.
That's it. Everybody's the same. So
you can lift the weight, but you have to keep control of the emotion.
A lot of these athletes are very hard on themselves at this level because you could improve massively, but be 3 places lower.
Absolutely. And that's where you've got to look at progression as a whole, like overall. Obviously a lot of these guys are coming in for Mark's deadlift yesterday, central nervous system fried, adrenaline a wee bit, you're seeing it, you're under these hot lights, guys are dehydrating, everybody's worried about injuries and that now as well, because a few of the guys have had a few niggles this year. Ryan Reid's with a hamstring, Scott Milne's carrying a wee bit of a niggle as well. We didn't want to talk about it, but I knew about it.
And then some of these guys have got big competitions after this.
The Stokemans are away to Dubai.
So do you hold back a bit for this kind of thing?
Well, they didn't look like they've been holding back the day. Because I didn't think no matter what competition that Luke and Tom go to, this will always be one that's a lot of pride to win because it's your national show. They love having the title of Scotland's strongest man.
Ronald jumps in 9 for 48.
That Dubai show looks amazing.
Looks brilliant. Looks proper good. And they look like they've treated it really, really well there as well in Dubai.
And 6th place for joint
treated like gladiators.
Rock stars. Rock stars with muscle.
I see Stuart going for them with the blowtorch.
Right.
I can clear enough worst of the tacky.
Big Baz and Danielle had cleaned their ones last week with the blowtorch and the.
86 points each. We have Rick and Tom Strongman.
Where's Mikey Abbott?
There has never been a closer or a better Scotland's strongest man.
Very close between the Stallmans.
The joint on points.
Joint on points, 86 each. This is it.
My God.
Merrill and Merrill.
Strongest man, 2019.
Far more enjoyable to watch when it's close.
Aye.
Not when you're competing.
I mean, no. I don't think I've ever heard of a final where there's two guys on the exact same points.
No.
Stuart Murray. Big hand for Stuart Murray. You can also do hair removal with it.
Well, there they are.
Put a bit after leg if you want it.
So, yep, this will be right to the wire. See, last year as well, Tom kind of knew that he had it wrapped up.
Yeah.
And he never really had to push himself on these stones.
That's right.
Was it no the vehicle?
The arm over arm, there
Arm
was
over
such a sort of points difference that Tom knew it was like, yeah, I didn't really have to finish these.
This is going to be some stone.
So this will be, and let's not count out Luke either, by the way, because in the qualifier he one motioned at 180.
Yeah.
He came to finish. So, but the last one's 205. I just wish it was here on this side.
Oh, what, you want to go?
No,
Sure.
the 205 finishing
that
here,
way.
so they could hear me screaming at them. But we'll see. We'll just watch it on the live stream.
205 is a heavy stone.
It is. You're up there at world level with a stone run. Stuart just warming up his balls there.
Very important.
Yep. He's at that age he needs a blowtorch to get them nice and hot.
Jeanette standing by, making sure he's doing it right.
That's it. There's a meme in there, or a meme, or a meme somewhere.
You're okay here between two Shetland men? Stand okay.
My favourite place in the world is between two hairy Shetland men. There's nowhere else on the planet I'd rather be.
Oh, I know.
It's even better than a Stokeman sandwich.
Really?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Grace indeed.
That's it.
I hope Shetland
The smelly
Shetland folk are proud of this moment.
The smell of coconut oil is keeping my soul afloat.
Is it?
It's lovely.
I like that.
It's very musky in here. It's like vanilla wood, like a nice whisky cask.
Quite good with that. Yeah, I can see how it's
Means a lot to me.
an emotional experience for you.
Because I'm lacking in the hair department.
Oh,
Bad genes, you see.
oh.
So it'll be interesting to see who takes this third place. Will Ryan Reid load all the stones? You kind of got to fancy Big Zaki for that, don't you? I would love to see JP get on that podium. I'd love to see it.
It'd be great, wouldn't
That
it?
would be
Ryan
lovely.
Reid is a tough competitor.
He's just one of the all-round sort of sneaky.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Sneaky
Never
Ryan
underestimate the sneakiness
Sneaky
of Ryan Reid.
Sneaky Ryan Reid.
Sneaky.
A sneaky bastard.
People talk about John Pollock being a tough competitor, a hard competitor.
Yep.
But don't forget about Ryan Reid.
Yep.
I would say he's equally, if not tougher.
If he's no tougher than John, I'd say that he makes up for it with his sheer sneakiness.
Yeah, sneakiness.
Sneaky tough.
Sneaky bastard.
Sneaky Ryan Reid, you sneaky Edinburgh bastard.
That's a t-shirt there though.
T-shirts
That's
available
it.
T-shirt
from
slogan.
Cerberus Strength.
So,
Ryan Reid, Sneaky Ryan.
sneaky Ryan Reid.
New handle.
Stone's one of your favourites, Jerry?
No, I lost a bicep on a stone and a title on a stone, so
Sorry.
stones can fuck off.
Sorry to bring that up. Just looking to fill some content.
Emotional journey on the stones for you.
Yeah.
I see it here.
It's alright, I'll get there. I'm going to surprise everybody next year and come and load a 300 kilo Atlas stone.
Who would have foresaw such a situation?
Dramatic.
It's almost like Burns. Andy, know that we weren't listening to you, but what's the scores, what's the points? Thank you. Oh, fuck off.
Mikey can still win.
So guys, we're going to do stones.
So we've got Tom and Luke, joint on 86, we've got JP in 72, sneaky Ryan Reid, sneaky bastard you Ryan, in 4th place on 68. And then Mikey Wilson and Lewis Jack, joint 5th on 64, Scott Milne in 55, Beefy in 51, Ronald in 48, Jamie G on 41, Grant on 35.5, Eben Van Hoek on 33, Matthew the newbie on 29,
That's a good performance.
Jason Aste on 28.5, Lewis on 23 and Kyle on 18. So the Stokemans really can't be caught.
No.
Unless
I'm not sure if Ryan Reid is sneaky enough to mark up 5 points to tip JP.
Yep.
He's sneaky,
It could get,
but not that sneaky.
well, it could be sneaky enough to get 4 and get him on count back.
Good.
Because
he's
that's
a
the sort of
sneaky
sneaky,
bastard.
sneaky motherfucker. So it would be,
Stay
but
tuned for the sneakiness.
that's it.
Sneakiness and stone lifting.
But how great would that be to see John Pollock on the podium?
Oh,
Superb. He has paid his dues in this competition and he's come for 105 and
he was unlucky never to win the 105s.
he was,
He was always there.
That's what's so annoying about that. Lewis, if he just applied a wee bit fucking
Points? You want the points?
You're welcome.
Do a lot of certificate presentations.
He will.
Yeah,
he
you
will.
can see that. Stuart Murray just warming up the last of those balls.
What are you doing on me there?
Cramp,
Yeah,
cramp.
Cramp, lost it again.
Oh,
Go on your duck face.
Blow out a candle.
so this is going to be a awesome wee stone run. This. Hopefully the injuries. It's the end of a long day,
A long weekend.
a long weekend.
I just hope everybody is watching this that's going to appreciate how close this is. and what
It's
they're
very
about to see.
close, right? It's very close.
One in particular that happens to be the reason that I got done here, because he covered me shifts for me, was David Anderson.
David Anderson.
And it's his birthday.
Happy birthday, David
Happy
Anderson.
birthday, David Anderson. Send him all your love and kisses.
All the very best.
All the very
All
best.
the very best to you. Hope they'll, hey, in 3 minutes time they can have 3 o'clocks.
Thanks for
And
covering Brian shifts in the adult crash.
On something. Who do you think is going to win Scotland's strongest man? Well, it Luke Strongman.
See, when all the strongman course for photos, I would like to see a change in this generic strongman thumbs up. I would like to see something different. And the lesser known thumbless thumbs up.
Right.
I'd like to see more hands on the hip.
Right, okay.
Gives a better line.
But this is also well renowned. You win. But what's this?
Fire.
They'd one of these.
My granddad used to say that. I try and stop doing the thumbs up because my mates back home call it the prostate milker.
Yeah.
So
And even worse, when it's not committed.
it's like a floppy prostate milker. Like
And even
that's,
worse,
Then this one.
even worse, this guy.
oh, that's like
This
a
guy.
juvenile prostate
Yeah.
milker.
This one.
What one? That's a hard prostate milker.
That's actually the
That's
class.
a painful
Yeah.
prostate milker. Oh, squeaky.
Squeaky clean.
So if ever you meet up with the old,
He's practiced that noise.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that one.
No, this guy finger is the worst because everybody can see this guy.
This guy.
This guy.
This guy.
This guy.
This guy.
Can they go back to this?
Could go back to that.
Handshake.
Just a hearty handshake.
Or we could go,
Oh, you like that one?
and then it's like the Schwarzenegger. Dylan, get to the chopper. To the chopper.
Pushing too many pencils.
Looking out.
You do a Schwarzenegger impression.
A Fife Schwarzenegger impression.
No, probably not.
Get
My
the
Austrian's
chopper, eh?
terrible.
Yeah, chopper, eh?
Oh, we're getting the signage in here, look. Getting our money's worth, that Spartan boy.
Yep. Sparta.
Jason Jones.
Jason Jones.
Spartan Atlas Storms.
Spartan. I was saying that, I mention him every year and he never sends a wee stone up to my gym.
Just a wee one.
Almost as sneaky as Ryan Reid, that boy.
A lot of hand signalling going on. Oh, it's like being in the baseball dugout.
That's it. Who's pitching and who's catching?
I think Ewan is pitching.
Right. Here we go. Here we go. So one of the guys going to finish here, or what's happening?
No.
Mr. Mccluckey's, what's he doing?
I think they'll
light
both be at the far end.
Eh?
They'll both be starting at the far end.
Right.
Running on the slippy floor.
Slide, buckle in about here, and
Yep.
then go for it.
I think they should
Slide like a baseball.
Yeah. They should go back to having to carry the stands in. Mind that old
I remember.
worlds.
Yep.
Can you mind that?
Maybe this is a
With
bit
the sand
touchy.
on the top.
Yeah. It's maybe a touchy subject for you, Jerry.
Yes. Jeez, oh. So we're,
Massive crew today. What's that? 3 or 4, 5 deep with the friends here.
I believe so, aye.
Brilliant.
That's it.
Hope everybody's enjoying it.
We've got Beefy floating his sexy body there.
Yes, yeah, he's got the tattoos out.
That
Bit of a sleeve
extremely
going on.
tight shorts on. Stevie Murray. See, he's going bald on the top of his head there.
No.
I will point that out to the masses. He's got a wee.
Unfortunately,
He's got a wee hole in his wig there. Look.
sorry to break this to you, I'm hiding the same way.
Oh no
It's just
way!
starting to thin
No
out.
way! You're going to put up with this? Let me have a look. You've still got years left,
Okay,
Danny.
thanks.
You've got your best years ahead of you.
Cheers, Pud.
Oh, look at this big baldy head for Mr. Murray.
Yeah, that has gone.
Oh, that's bald. You'll have to grow a handlebar moustache to make up for that. So we've got here we go.
Here we go. Scotland's strongest man.
Ah, you're ready!
We've got Lewis Mccluckey versus Kyle Mckinnon.
It's supposed to be his first comp, is it?
I think he got called in like last minute.
We had a couple dropping out.
Yeah,
A couple of dropouts, a couple of injuries.
Yep. It happens. It's
Does.
Strongman.
Unfortunately,
This
some
is-
of us know
This is
only
the
too well.
Tiddlywinks. Yes. The greatest potential never met.
We'll never know.
Still there for you. Still there for you, Stephen. Ballroom dancing, you can take it. I
Mere
know.
comebacks and Ron Jeremy. Come on, Andy, we're all running on fumes. Shut up. Doesn't he half go on that boy?
I'm good. I've had some of that new Cerberus pre-workout.
Ah,
And I'm good.
yeah, how do you feel with that new Cerberus pre-workout?
I'm seeing the stands loaded already.
Three times.
Three times.
Sorry.
3 times.
Sorry to correct
We
you.
keep saying this, if you pay peanuts you get a monkey on the mic. Right, come on, guys.
Right, here we go.
This is like sitting waiting
Are
for a
we
plane
ready?
to take off. Eh?
We're on the runway.
90-second time limit.
90 second
90.
time limit. There we go. 90 seconds.
Big Callum walking
Who's
past
going to
it.
need that? Nobody. Get this out the way.
Callum.
Both tentatively to the
Like
first stone.
It's like a jog, man.
Yeah, like a canter.
Canter, yes.
It's a hell of a big group, just for everybody to see.
It's good.
That's it. So we've got Louis Vuitton quickly, just a wee bit in front there. He's got the 160, so he's onto this, onto this 180.
Ladder. He's good stand ladder.
These Spartan stands are very clean.
They do, almost like somebody's just got them with a blowtorch. Kyle's keeping up with him though.
He's got the foot on. Go on, Lewis.
Can Lewis get this?
Oh, he's got. Oh.
Maybe just that.
It's 180. It's no lightweight.
That's not light, eh? I mean, Lewis he's kind of about the 105 mark.
Yeah.
Go on, Lewis, come on. I think Lewis is just brought his best today. I would say. I don't think he'll be too upset at people saying that. But
He's had a bit of a break.
he's had a wee bit, yeah.
And he's still been a finalist.
Yep.
So it's
That's it. He's
not
come
to be
back-
sniffed at.
Not to be sniffed at. And I mean, he could go
He's
back
proven
and
that, though.
put the work in and come back and
Yes.
do quite a bit of damage, in my opinion. Well done, Lewis. And Kyle up there as well.
Jason Hasty.
Jace Hasty.
He's a proper pocket rocket. That guy.
Yes.
He's had some bad run-a-luck-away injuries.
Jace.
Yeah.
He tore his bicep last year, I believe. How great would Strongman be if you never had to worry about injuries, eh?
Oh.
If you could just let it fly all the time.
He's in good nick, Jace.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not that way inclined,
What's that?
but he's a good-looking boy.
There's not a gay bone in your body, is there? You're strictly for the ladies, or for one lady because you're married. So.
Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, SFN, this young 22-year-old boy is making his debut here at Scotland's Land. He's in a very good account of himself.
So this dude on the left,
Babyface.
fair play to him.
Yeah.
He's stepped up and he's done well today.
There we go.
Fair play, respect for anybody that's on that platform. Jace for Kelso, coming back for that bicep tear, he's rehabbed it really well.
One of my favourites.
Jace Hasty. Is that just because he looks like he's made for granite?
There's a bit, doesn't he?
Looks like a buff butler.
It's kind of like a model for a
Just
toy.
missing the bow tie, eh? He's got the cuffs on. Not that I've ever, but
Yeah,
leave
you
that
have.
there. Leave that there.
No, you've had. Fine.
Sometimes.
Look at that.
On, Jace! There's the first one up there. That's 120.
Hey, that's a good lift.
Onto the 140.
He's taking his time,
He is taking his time.
which is good.
Slow and methodical.
Yeah.
And then we're on to the 160 for Jace, the pocket rocket.
I mean, the 160 being the third stone.
Yep. I remember when that was the last stone.
Yeah.
And Jace puts that up, so he moves to the 180. So does the big man, though.
Oh, yeah, he's there.
Looks like a big contract killer, but he's keeping up with Jace.
Available.
Just sorting his tacky out.
Yep. Like a Bulgarian hitman.
I was never a fan of that. I just got stuck in.
You did.
Yeah. If you ran out of tacky, you ran
You're
out
on
of
it,
tacky.
that's it.
I always found that a bit of a time wasting
Yep.
exercise.
Sometimes maybe just a wee bit on the back of your hands, just to.
Yeah.
So we've yet to see this 180 put up.
So for the one to try and with this fella.
He's
Chase got that.
young and he's keen.
Oh,
And
if he can get this rolled onto his thighs, no such luck.
that's what I'm saying. It's like you look at some of these big
look
lumps,
at-
and it's like you forget this guy's only 22.
the man on the left.
Yep.
We're kind of zoomed in on the other fellow.
Just because he's
Good
sexy.
effort.
That's fair play on the big man though.
Still, the 180 remains unloaded.
Yep. To be 22 and in the mix here. That's a decent.
Oh, to be 22.
Oh, to be 22.
Big Greg
You still look
Reitmans
like you're 22.
passing the camera there.
That's it. Massive hats off to the loaders for Burns Gym again.
Burns Gym. They've gotten better every year.
They have.
It's really one slick operation now.
More efficient now, eh? To be fair, that's what we were saying. It's the same guys that come back year after year
He's
to
got a
help.
good crew.
Got Martin Lennox and a couple of his guys for Hostile as well, so bit of a shout out to they guys. The inner workings
Doing
of
a great
Strongman.
job.
Aye. The cogs, as it were, of a well-oiled machine,
That's it.
which is Strongman.
It's too long for a t-shirt.
It is. Aye.
Yeah,
Just,
shorten that down.
we'll abbreviate it. So who we got up next then? Seen as that evil wizard Andy Kearney's stole the sheet back with his musky beard.
The funny thing about the stands is no matter how good or bad I did in the comp, I always was the most nervous for the stands.
Aye. It's kind of like your last event, and well, you were always up at the sort of top end of the 105, so you were probably always kind of fighting for a title with the Stones, eh?
Make it or break it.
That's it.
It's going to be good, this one.
My first couple of Scotland's strongest mans that come into the Stones for a podium, then it was a Stones for the win, and then it was a Stones for the title. So
Yeah.
That's it.
you were always nervous.
Grant.
So we've got Grant and Eben. Dumfries versus Peter Heed.
Even on the right hand side.
Grant's got the levers now.
He does.
He's got a bit of weight on him.
He's put a wee bit of timber on.
I was speaking to him over there. He's more energy in him with a bit more weight on him.
That's it.
Even's no slouch though.
Both getting the 160.
So, right, can any of these guys get this one?
Oh, look at this.
Big Mr.
Eben's
Brennan. Oh, Eben's got it. Eben's done it. Can Grant get it? Oh,
tip the bottle.
nope.
Can even
Unlucky
do a
Grant.
205.
Oh,
he's moving it.
Eben, he's getting a wee wrestle here.
Yeah.
Maybe just get your breath back, Eben. Recuperate.
Grant will definitely get this 180. That's it. One of these. Get another one. Triple extension up.
That was brilliant for you, Ben. That's boosted him up the point scale a wee bit, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, that's the 180.
It's difficult, because you want to see everybody doing well, so
Yeah.
that there can be only one. There's big Jamie Gorgon.
He looks to be fairly multicoloured, Jamie Gorgon. I don't know if that's a sign or anything.
Pink and blue.
He looks like the sort of guy that, like a stripper that tells the other strippers what to do, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Very well.
There he goes.
10.
Hey.
So that's his youth over experience.
So who's he? Oh, he's gone up against young Ronald. But he's been impressive this time, like. I mean,
He gets fired up.
Aye.
I'd like to see that.
He's got some pair of shoulders on him as well, with the pressing and that. I mean, he's
I'd like to see a bit of fire.
a bit of fire. You like to see that?
A bit of aggression.
Yep.
Right.
So you kind of go in soft into stun lifting. And quite smartly dressed with a collar.
Yep, aye, he looks like he's away to play polo.
Never seen it done in a polo shirt.
No.
But it's a good look, we can't take that away.
He looks dapper. He does look dapper.
Dapper stun
Cannot
lifting.
deny it.
Lifting stones by day and a club pimp at night. And Jamie's just got the pectoralis majors swinging, glistening in sweat.
Yeah, it could catch on, formal stone lifting.
That's it.
Formal dress.
They come next year in a shirt and tie.
Yeah, full suit.
So here we go, mano a mano. Big Jamie's the first one up there.
Jamie's finished 120. Come on.
I think Jamie could set a good time with this.
Absolutely. There's Ronald. Ronald looks a wee bit apprehensive with these stones.
Yeah. Is it calculated?
Not his usual style.
No.
Something going on here with him. It's a long time at the bottom.
Yeah. Did Ronald not tear a pec? Did he not hurt himself on the stones a couple of years ago? It can really get in your head if you hurt yourself on a event.
All the rehab memories come back. Didn't want to bring that up again.
It's not like you to mention me hurting myself on a stone. Some might say this is a setup.
No, I don't. Did you hurt yourself on a stone?
Aye, but I don't like to talk about my injuries. I just painfully get on with them myself.
Just get on with it, eh?
I just get on with it.
Aye.
Well done, boys.
Go on, runs.
Jamie's. Yep. So he ruptured his pec on the stones, but he will need to get back into it though. If he needs to sort of tame that beast.
Just to regain that confidence.
Yep. He's young enough. Now we've got Big Beefy.
If you go into an event thinking you might get hurt, you will get hurt.
Yep. Sometimes if you go into an event thinking I won't get hurt, you get hurt.
Those times are few and far between though, thankfully.
Yeah.
For some.
So we've got the Beef Monster versus Mr. Milne, donning a new shiny skinhead. I've just had information that when Mikey goes up, he'd like me to hold his tacky. You guys are right to hold the fort for 5 minutes. Didn't he fuck this show up because I've carried it the whole weekend.
Done well.
We'll not mention any more injuries.
No, didn't.
The other way.
Because I get upset and I'll watch it back and I'll drink on my own. I've even got a cat to slap or I better not say that, I'll get done for animal cruelty. Go on then lads. It's got like a big hairy Viking.
Yes.
Nearly, yeah. Tattoos. What's this boy standing in the road here?
Get him tail. You're in the road of the camera.
Oh, it's okay. See that? See that? Mine.
That's it, get him tail. There's the 160 up for Big Scott. Scott's capable of the 180, right? He's capable. Can he get it up at the end of a long come?
Beefy loading the 160.
Beefy's impressed me this year.
He is, yeah.
It's coming up. It's good.
Just chucks away and
he does. He works hard. Works hard in that wee garage. Nothing fancy, just the basics.
Come on, Beefy.
Come on, lads.
Oh, he's on the knees. Come on,
roll it up.
If he gets this high enough.
Come on.
Move into the barrel. Move into the barrel. Stop putting in a fight here.
I think the injuries are just Scott's really feeling it today. Like I think.
Beefy getting pumped up.
Is Beefy going to go for this 205 boo?
He'll have to watch his time.
He will. Maybe like for a fresh single, but I'm sure if he keeps training the way, progressing the way he has been progressing, that'll be easy money for the big beefster.
I think that was the most riveting pairing so far.
Yep. Aye.
A few more to go though.
We have, yes. The mighty Stoltmans. Right, guys, I'm just going to don't let anybody take my chair. I'm comfortable where I am.
Okay.
Promise you'll come back.
It's the big cherry bomb.
That's better. Got a bit of room to breathe now. Ah, here's the boss.
Ah, here he come.
Here's the boss. Fucking South African.
Well, that was pretty good for Chris Beaton there.
Oh, yes, that was I'd say that was the most riveting pairing so far. only 2 successful 180 loads.
And that was by
Chris Beetham and
Chris got the 180.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
nice.
got 180, and so
Oh,
did
magic.
Eben.
I
Eben
couldn't
Van
see
Wyk.
from over there. And Eben got it as well. That's good. That's a surprising. That's a good performance from Eben.
Yes, very good.
He's a good stand lifter. He's kind of getting all good all round now, Eben.
Yeah.
So who have we got next?
Mikey, we help for Cherry. Cherry will lift every stand with him.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
Watch him.
He'll be sweating when he comes back.
And this the new guy.
This Lewis Jack.
Lewis Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're up to our final 3 periods. Now these guys have both a legitimate claim at podium place. Show some love for this man's first.
This is it. This could be for the podium.
Show some love for Lennox. Lewis Jack.
Zaki out of the game, or is he still there?
No, I think he's out. So I heard.
Injury or-
I could be wrong. Yeah, injury hurt his back.
Oh no, is he?
Don't quote me on that.
So who's ahead, Mikey Wilson or Ryan Reid?
Ryan Reid is in the next pair.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, so we've got the Strongman brothers, and then third and fourth we've got
John Pollock is third.
John Pollock's third.
Ryan Reid is 4 points behind John Pollock.
And this two is on same points, isn't he?
This 2 is on equal points for 5th.
Right.
So it's very tight from here on in. Mikey nearly caught by surprise there.
That sometimes helps.
Come on, Mikey!
Gee. Looking for a bit cleaner. That's a better one. Calm down a bit, Mikey.
Come
So he's good for this one.
on, Mikey.
He's on the lap.
He's got that 180. He's picked Mikey, so Mikey needs to get on with this. I think his height has just gone a bit there. Cherry encouraging him.
Come on, Mikey, you just need to get this one, 160.
Well, him up. Come on.
He should be good for this. Just 180.
On the lap.
He can roll that over onto his quads. And then the old triple
it up,
extension.
drive it up.
Kind of mistimed that triple extension. Unfortunate. One of the favourites for the podium, so I think he's
Might be slipped
good in
back
contention for that.
Look at that.
Here you are, watch yourself, Jerry's coming back.
This is not awkward, is it? It's like he's just picked, I don't know if he's just picked too much on himself to get this.
That was a good performance. Do you need to sign them up to us so we can learn them how to stand lift though?
He's won a couple of reps for the 190 in the gym there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the podium battle.
Here we go. Sneaky Ryan Reid and the machine John Pollock.
I think this is the best I've ever seen Ryan Reid. John Pollock's no slouch here. I think this will be a very fast run for both. Predictions, Cherry?
Yeah.
JP. I'm going to go with Ryan Reid.
Ryan will be quicker, but John will get that too.
Yeah.
So these guys are blocking out.
Yeah, one of us will be a slow and steady wins a race with JP.
JP doesn't do slow and steady. The hat's turned around, the hands around the hips, and he's getting them wound up.
I'm getting nervous. Hands are swimming.
And let's go. Show some love, respect and support for John the Machine Pollock.
John going for the work boots. Ryan Reid going for the sprinting shoes.
No, those are Olympic lifting shoes.
Even Stevens. Oh, look at that.
Ryan just ahead.
And JP pulling back.
Catching up. This will be
Ryan
very close.
JP up with the extension first.
Ryan Reid is just ahead.
JP's quicker onto the right.
Oh, come on down. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Come on, Ryan.
Oh, look across. Oh, they're still to decide it now.
Oh. Who's going to get it first? Ryan's got it up off the ground.
Come on, you had to get this, boys. Look across. Who'll go? I'll go.
Dig deep now.
Ryan's going in for another attempt now.
No, wants it. No.
It's not happening, eh?
Oh,
that was good though.
So what happens now? They're both. Well, I suppose it goes back to
count back.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan was quicker.
Yeah.
Move the tail on the camera.
Ryan Reid got it in 25 seconds.
Who's that, Ryan Reid?
That's upsetting.
Everybody's come to watch now. Look at the crowd here.
Yeah.
Finale. The two greatest strongmen who have ever graced Scottish soil. Both of these men made the final of World's Strongest Man. We have only had two men in the history of Scottish strongman make the final of World's Strongest Man. Forbes Cowan and Gregor Edmonds. And this year, we had two in the final at the same time.
Yeah, it ain't bad.
Sometimes.
Give them. You pay peanuts. You pay peanuts. You pay peanuts, Jerry.
Yeah.
Involved in a Scottish Strongest Man final like this. Joint points, 86 points.
So I think it's just Stoltman versus Stoltman in this.
Unequal points going into the final. That's it. What do you do?
I'll tell you what, if I was Luke Stoltman right now, I'd be feeling seriously under pressure because
Stoltman brothers.
Because everybody knows who's better at stones, but
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Like
Here, Jerry, get your head in here. We can still hear you on the mic. Get your head in there.
Would you be so kind to show a joint support, raise the roof for the legends, the brothers, Strongman!
Brilliant intro.
Tom seems to be unstoppable on the stance.
He's nearly a head taller now.
He is, yeah. And neither of them are as strong as the other brother. Neither of them are as strong as the other brother. He doesn't compete though. He's Eddie Hall.
There we go. Up they go.
Oh, that's fast.
Blink.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Luke's slightly ahead.
Whoa!
Thing is, Tom has the one motion.
Look at this. He just has to put that up. Up onto the quads. Jesus Christ. Tom's staying it. Luke needs to secure this though. Fuck's sakes. Good. Nice. Thrown in the towel. Brotherly
What a win though. What a win.
I thought he would have tried to put the turn it up just for the crack, but
that's what everybody tries to put the two in them. That was good.
Whoa, what do you think of that, Cherry? What did you think of that?
Awesome, that was brilliant to watch. I think just, to be honest, like, I think Tom's height, just because he can one motion at 180.
That's it.
It's just...
See, Cherry, the wrap things up and come on there.
Well, that was awesome.
Edge of your seat stuff.
That was
I thought Luke had it there.
I thought he was. I thought Luke was going to get it. I thought he was going to get it. That's what I say with Tom, not to take anything away for the big man.
But baby brother said
his
no.
Heights.
No.
He can just sort of one motion that, and it just makes a wee bit of a difference.
That extra limb length for rolling it up onto the quads.
And saying that though, with Tom, with his limb length, he has to press and squat a lot further than everybody.
This is true, yeah, the evens out. Although he did deadlift 420 yesterday. Made it look easy.
It was only a second lift as well.
Second lift at 420.
These 2 seconds, I can make this. I'll melt them. Don't let anybody take my seat.
Okay, we'll try. Anybody want a seat? No.
Get Stuart Murray in here.
I think he's interviewing Hicksy. Okay, good boys.
Kenny Sim just passing the screen there. Legend of the sport. Yeah, did you?
Jeanette, come in and sit down with us. Tell us all about it. You sorted all that, mine. Good. Ryan! Oh, he's still covered
2
in
minutes.
tacky.
A quick word with Ryan Reid here.
Had the mic up there.
Yeah. Stick that on handsome.
Hello, gentlemen.
Well, had a lovely time.
Just keep your hands up here. Keep them up there.
Hands to myself.
Yeah.
That's what Mrs. always tells me.
Well done.
Yeah, happy with that, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, really happy.
Good.
With the 8 weeks prep for 2 hamstring tears this year, and then coming in here, not the best yesterday. To be that close in the floor, put your hand off of it.
That's really good. 2 hamstring tears.
Yeah. And one of them was doing stones.
Yeah. But you put that to the back of your mind.
Yeah. No, I was terrified.
Yeah.
It was at the front of my mind, I was terrified.
So that's your 4th?
I think.
4th in Scotland?
I think so.
Well done.
Thank you very much, guys.
That was amazing to watch.
You'll be back next year?
Yeah. Maybe the year after.
Next year. Get that house finished.
Get that house finished. Get everybody up for a big party.
Aye. I'll be there.
Yeah, good. See you there.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Right, see you that, guys.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Ryan Reid happy with his performance. Get Stuart in here.
Stuart Murray! He's wiping tears away or something. Oh,
He's an emotional man.
Stuart! Stuart!
Just go and get him, Brian.
Oh no, he's wiping the tacky off. Oh, everybody has 2 minutes.
We'll hopefully get a word with Stuart Murray in a minute. He's vital to this event taking place. So we'll hopefully get his take on things before we go into Cerberus night time.
The evening show.
Cerberus After Dark. I think that could be a thing.
We've said it before. It's definitely a thing. Cerberus, after hours. And that's pretty good for a strongman comp. 3:30.
That's the best it's ever
Dusted.
been.
Complete.
Been in here.
To go.
Been in here, Lord and Stance, till the lights go off. So 20 to 4, everything's wrapped up. Testament to the hard work of the crew.
That's how smooth it runs. You have to have a good crew, good events, good equipment. Yeah, he's had a good balance this year.
Get a word with Eddie Hall.
Oh, he's getting photos with babies.
Some famous faces here. Colin Bryce, Eddie Hall, Graham Hicks,
Hicks is there.
Adam Bishop,
Andy Kearney, Stuart Murray.
Come and sit here, Stuart.
You alright? Another brilliant competition. Well done. Brilliant, man. Good.
Come in here.
Thank you.
What did you mark at that?
Brilliant day.
Hello.
Hello. Testing.
1 2 1 2.
What did you mark at that? This is the Cerberus After Dark.
Cerberus After Dark?
Yeah, the adult show.
Yeah. I'm not in my bed by this time, you know.
Saying to Brian, that's very good going.
Exactly, 5 events.
Yeah.
Started at just after 11:30, and it's now
20 to 4.
20 to 4. Normally we're struggling for time.
Normally the lights is going off.
Lights go off at 5. Yeah, exactly. Last year it was 4 o'clock. This year they give us an extra hour, so we've done it a bit quicker. We've only got a presentation to go. So now I might be able to see some of the rest of the stalls.
Quick run around. There's a few challenges. Might be a grip one for
well,
you to try.
you know, maybe.
Still got it.
Maybe a bit sweaty, you know.
Oh, never worry. Yeah, fantastic show.
Yeah,
I think it was really good. I think all the guys that worked for me were amazing. They come here literally for nothing, and all the help that I get from and the support I get for like you guys. So many guys, Cerberus, Strength Shop, Proform, Physio, ESP Physio, Spartan Stones.
You could see by the crowd, they're 5 deep around the bar.
Yes.
Everybody's coming to see us.
And yesterday we were mobbed yesterday as well for just a log and deadlift with such amazing lifts yesterday. I think there was 6 or 7 over 400 or 400.
Amazing standard.
You know.
Yeah.
What 105 doing 410.
Yeah, world records.
World records.
Great to see world records
Big
being
world
set
record
here.
115, and she nearly pressed 120.
Very impressive stuff.
Rianne just missing really out on her 272.5, but that girl's amazing to me. You know, she's just unbelievably strong. I take my hat off to her. I think she'll be totally gutted that she never got it, but she'll have it. She'll have it.
Yeah. Next time she tries it.
She'll have it.
She's dedicated to the sport.
Aye, she's got a massive team behind her, all them girls and boys are the same team. I mentioned that last night. I said your team's amazing, it's second to none because they support each other so much, which is a great thing to see.
But they don't have a Brian.
They don't have a Brian, which is she probably would pull 300 if Brian was in her camp, you know.
So did that meet your expectations, your predictions?
Yeah. I mean, it's always difficult to get the events right. In some of the loading events and the duck walk and drag, you need to some boys maybe not get the whole thing completed. Sometimes we get midway and 1 or 2 to finish it, and that's what happened. I mean, that was 500 kilo drag.
And combined with the slippy floor, you could see a lot of calves getting pumped up really quick.
Yes. That's
just adds another element to it.
Exactly, Danny. Exactly. And the loading was a bit. We had anvils. Sorry, it was announced as anvils, but the anvils came in because we weigh everything.
Yeah,
absolutely everything we weigh, so we're bang on the money. There's no folks saying that's not the way it is. It is. The anvils weighed 10 kilos different, so we just scrubbed it. If it was a kilo difference, it'd been okay, but 10 kilos
just
is
not
on,
feasible.
You know? No, it's not fair. The anchors weigh the same, the keg weighs the same, the blocks are maybe a wee bit lighter than they are on advertisement poster, but they're exact same, almost to 0.7 of a kilo.
Still awkward.
So
that's awkward.
Yeah, it's still awkward.
Yeah,
definitely.
You're still the king of torture devices.
Yeah, it's a horrible thing to do. I mean, some of the boys are massive pressers, but they struggle with that, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm really pleased. I think it's been a fantastic weekend for us, for Scotland, you know. Again, so many messages and texts.
Yeah.
My phone calls. See this? I say that a few times this year, but tell me, it's been unbelievable.
And the trophies this year are
the
amazing.
Trophies are stunning from Scottish Strength. Alan made them.
Absolutely
amazing. Really, really heavy.
Yeah.
Look, so cool, unbelievable. I think Eddie was taken away with them. Thought they were amazing.
Where are you going to put that if you win that?
There's kind of smell behind me. I think it's Stephen shit.
Was it the heavy breathing that
Heavy breathing, but I'm used to that, you know.
The first time.
He's still got photos of me in his wall for 1922 or something. But his dad had them on the wall. No, I think a successful day for Scotland Strongers, man, altogether. You know?
Yeah, brilliant.
You know, for everyone that's involved, everyone from you guys, as I said before, Stephen, you know. Look at Mikey, a 380 kilo deadlift.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. You know?
He was only going for 360.
Yeah, I know, 380. And I can't
kilos.
how much a PB would they do, Stephen?
Mikey, 75 kilos.
75 kilo PB, which is
My
just ridiculous,
God.
you know. I think Stephen's
going
been holding
easy
him
on
back.
him.
He's maybe just, see the thing is as well, as a wee bit inexperienced, sometimes you make a few slaps, you trap, you're too nervous. The type of events that we're in this year, a lot of things fell to chance, like fucking up a sandbag or maybe just drop the kit. There's so
but
many
all the guys have improved so much, Stephen, you know.
You know,
Improved so much. And look at all the big deadlifts, crazy, you know. Maybe the press medley was a little bit light, maybe, but you know. No, I'm fair pleased with the whole thing, you know. Just for the boys that work for me, the crew boys, you know.
They're brilliant job. Brilliant job.
So onwards and upwards, we're here next year with Giants Live in the Hydro.
Excellent.
European log and deadlift, Scotland's strongest man through the day and Hydro at night. That will be officially announced in the next few weeks.
It is just coming ahead every year.
But it's a signed deal, so it's going to happen.
Good for you, good for you.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's what I wanted, you know, that was my goal to get the Giants Live here, and Darren's seen the potential for it to happen, so it's going to happen, you know.
I've had a lot of caffeine, so I'm going to nip to the toilet.
Yeah.
Well, have one for me.
Was it coffee? Yeah.
Back in there.
Well,
cheers, Darren. Yeah, we've got a few prizes today. Prize money for the biggest deadlift for the Scottish guys. I think it's Strength Shop have put in £250 for the biggest deadlift, so Tom's getting that now.
That's a good start.
It's nice to get that from Strength Shop.
Nice.
Cerberus have done so much as well. I know them guys are competitors, but they've helped us out a lot, both ones.
Yeah.
That's Logan now. Gentleman of a guy. That's Stephen back now. Stephen Shannon.
That's it.
I think I'll go.
The class.
It's Joe, my mate. Give the guys food and drink all day. He's going to give a sponsor of £500 for the winner.
Okay.
Which is unreal.
That's brilliant.
I think the winner gets £500, second place 200, third place 100, which is...
Well, it's better than any year we've ever had, so...
Yeah, true. Just means I'll not be eating much for the next couple of weeks.
Ah, you're alright. You've plenty in reserve.
Can't like yourself. Could probably live for 6 months off the fat resources.
Nabba next year.
No, I wouldn't be serious.
Come on, no. Maybe no 6 months.
I don't know how we're going, but also we've got I don't know who's going to be the best newcomer. It's not really up to just me. It's 2 or 3 of us will have to think on that.
Yep.
I don't know who it would be. Probably maybe Lewis Jack.
I would say Lewis Jack,
I think
personally.
so, because he's hit the scene big this year, you know. Definitely. Mr. Graham Hicks, Britain's strongest man. Going to present something.
Together the awards today we have current Britain's strongest man.
Britain's strongest man. turn the powerlifting just now for a wee while.
Saying that, he's looking forward to the big dog comp.
Massive total coming up there. Been in my gym a few times training, and his static strength is just stupidly strong.
Yep.
That'll be how he's getting better, is it? That's maybe.
Yeah. I don't think he would agree with that, like, but you know, he's a nice guy, very laid back. Zaki actually pulled out. He's got an injury in his back, I think.
Oh, you're joking?
Yeah, that's why he pulled out.
That's what they said.
Oh, there's my wife. Still thinks she's about 30. So well says I've seen them.
Are you vibrating? Are you alright?
You okay?
Get his blood thinners. Get his blood thinners out.
He's only got one of those things that jack you up, you know. Jump starts, you know. Last 3 nights I've been with Scott in the room. Scott's had his mattress in the toilet.
Scott who?
He's Scott McCluckey for the gym.
Right.
We're sharing the room just to make it easier for the guys. Scott had his mattress in the bathroom because of my story.
Alright.
Yeah. Notorious for ripping up Furby too.
Aye, just about. Pro form's giving the guys out with some supplements. Great to see.
That's Matthew.
Oh,
he did really
big
well.
lad, you know.
Oh, yeah.
He's only 22 as well.
Big lads, you know. Got a good future, I think. Early on this year I was at a gym at Glencairn where John Pollux trains. There's a couple of new guys here, and Andy Black, about 25 stone, big guy. Another guy, I think it's Josh Crawley, He looks like another Tom Saltman, you know. Dynamite of a guy, you know.
Yeah, well, the boys just need to come and have a go, don't they?
Yeah. I think the qualifier here, I'm rabbing on here about the qualifier next year for Scottish Strongest Man, it's going to be in here, and I've got to leave now because my wife's story of your life,
She's desperate for you now. Desperate, good man.
No, that shoots under the thumb or that. So we've got Grant draining up. Would you like a mint?
Oh, go on then, you smooth dog.
I'm not saying that your breath smells or anything, but...
Well, no, you can't smell it.
Oh, not strong enough to... That's it.
47 points with an absolute blinder of a stone run. And 11th place at Scotland's Strongest Man was Eben Van Witt.
Oh, here's Eben. Great guy.
Yep, Eben's one of the nicer guys.
And 10th place, making the top 10, and his third year at Scotland's Strongest Man. He almost pulled out of the competition injuries, and he's only 1 point ahead of 9th place. 9th place this year with 50 points goes to Jp Gorgon.
Jimmy Gorgon. Brilliant.
I did that. I would say so. Give him something to sort of come back for it.
In 9th place with 51 points, he pulled out last year the stones into rupture his whole pectoral muscle, but in a really good way today. Ladies and gentlemen, Scotland's strongest junior, it's now the top 9 and Scotland's strongest man, Ronald.
Well done, Ronald.
Good
top
show.
9.
That's good if he works on that stones.
That's it. Aye. He needs to put a wee bit of time in to get the confidence back with the stones, like, and I'm sure he'll be really impressed with his pressing power overhead this year.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in 8th place, just missing out in 7th by 1 point with 62 points,
Scott Milne. A decent result considering he's came here a wee bit under the weather.
Yeah, he's done a lot of comps this year though.
He has, yep.
Just beating Scott
It's our experience as well.
It is.
It's not just that lying into it, is he? 3 year?
Scott's been 4 years in Strongman, 4 or 5 years. Aye, Beefy.
Oh yeah, that's
definitely one of a man of the match.
Yep.
He's done really well here this year.
Trains in his garage.
Yep. Aye, he's
From effort.
really done well.
It's one thing training in your garage, but training in your garage yourself.
Need a bit of confidence to unrack the weights.
Now, the top 6 with 72 points. He had a very incredible deadlift yesterday by his standard, and he's performed fantastic today. Ladies and gentlemen, from Mccluckey and Fife, Mikey Wilson!
Mikey! How is he, okay?
He's a wee bit disappointed with. He was kind of hoping for top 4, but he's definitely gotten stronger. There's no any doubt about that. So just a wee couple of glitches, but one thing about Mikey, he's no shy of going and working and.
And his debut in Scotland's strongest man, finishing top 5. And I think he might get the best newcomer award. I'm pretty sure. Let me just check. Watch the horses now. Wait.
Yep.
So in first place, with 77 points from Gorgon, now deciding to get on this, show some love, and his debut, ladies and gentlemen, Lewis Jack. Finishing in 4th place with 83 points, coming back after a horrendous bout of injuries and tore his hamstrings 17 times in one workout. From Edinburgh, ladies and gentlemen, with 83 points in 4th place, Reid.
Good to see Ryan hitting top 4 there. No. So then we get into the top 3.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to show immense bias here, which is totally unprofessional, and I don't give a shit. This man has been a training partner for years. He is an absolute living legend. We coined the phrase when I'm training, and it is what would John Pollock do? When you're going to do something stupid, and the question is whether you should do it or not, we say, what would John Pollock do? He is the European Masters champion. He has dreamed of making it onto the podium. This is his 6th year at Scotland's strongest man. He missed this position by 1 point last year. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to clap hard, you can do it now. With 88 points, the legend ladies and gentlemen, 2 places left. 1 point separated them. It's so cruel to think that you can lose Scotland's strongest man with 1 point. But this gentleman in 2nd place finished with 103 points. He won this competition in his debut and won it for 5 years in a row until he lost this competition to his baby brother. But he is still one of the greatest strongmen to ever come out of Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2nd place for 2019, Luke the Highland Oak Strongman. So, Glasgow, it's been an incredible weekend. we saw action Saturday and Sunday that blew us away. The standard is world class. And the man who leaves this arena today and can call himself Scotland's strongest man for the second year in a row. He is an absolute phenomenon, arguably the greatest strongman ever to come out of Scotland, Glasgow. Show love, appreciation and gratitude for the 2019 champion, Strongman!
Excellent. Well done, Tom.
Brilliant, well done, Tom. Head and shoulders above everybody else.
Oh, for
quite
sure.
literally.
Good, but they're all having a try. They're all trying to get the crown. Still with it.
That's it.
You have to be in it.
You have to be in it to win it. Tom's training and going full time in that, I mean, it's obviously paying off massively for him.
A big difference for him.
He always had that natural ability to.
Just like some folk I know.
Yep, it's nice to see. Great to see John Pollock finally getting on that platform as well. Thoroughly deserved. Brilliant.
We're going to give out a warrior trophy for this. We give out 2 trophies every year, folks. Best newcomer and the warrior cup. Okay. So we give out an award for someone who we keep an absolute positive performance, regardless of where they finish. And then we always give out the best newcomer award, which I won in 2000.
Nothing but yourself, good. Okay.
1970.
Well, gents, there you have it.
Yes, great day. Did you enjoy it?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Not too stressful?
It's always stressful.
Did that lucky rub work for you okay? Things have not been bracken doing on you now?
No, I've still got to fix the van before I go home.
Somebody will help you.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no
You'll need somebody with nimble hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the best newcomer in Scotland's Strongman, Lewis Jack.
Lewis Jack, brilliant.
Thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, good guy.
Yep.
He did that 180 stun.
Yeah, he done really, really well.
For the warrior trophy goes to ladies and gentlemen, meeting the best warrior performance for the other Lingu, 22 years of age. He did not disgrace himself at all today. So the best warrior trophy goes to Matthew O'Neill.
Oh, brilliant.
Yep.
Oh, well done. I think well deserved.
I would say so.
Yeah,
Aye.
good show.
To be 22 and here mixing it. Fair play to him.
Yeah, if anybody kens any other young guys that's big and wants to have a go, come and try it.
Hit you on Tinder or?
Well, to find you on Grindr.
Yeah. Well, that's how it starts. So what it is, this guy's coming having a try, and then some people surprise themselves.
Well, that was Tom. That was a crude participation one that Tom tried.
That's right.
Luke was competing.
That's right. 2014.
No, it's this. He's throwing.
2013, sorry.
13.
He was competing himself in 2014.
14, yeah. That was the first one I came doing with Danny to.
That's
14.
right.
You just look the same.
Sexy.
Yeah.
Well, you happy then?
He's always happy. Look at this. This is the face of happiness. Sheer delight.
I'll say yes for the camera.
That's it. Right, well, we better all vacate.
Yes.
We're still early. Look, we've got an hour to wait.
Sing.
Singing.
Is it no 4 the day?
It closes in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
What are we finishing with?
It's a goodbye for him.
Oh, I thought we were going to do the Beatles classic with the la 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 la.
Oh.
Go on, Cherry, get in it. Go on.
No
la
chance.
la la. Well, it's either that or Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. I'll do Kenny and you two can put your heads together.
You could do Kenny and I'll do Dolly. That's probably how it would happen.
Do something to me that I can't explain.
Right, we better shut this down. I think that's short 20s.
Right, thank you lads. Thanks for
the free workout.
Right, cheerio.